you guys meeting Peanuts.
Fucking peanuts. He's worse than
Uh,
fucking pygmies.
you have no idea. And so you met Peanuts. Paul, you're there, right?
I am.
Okay. So I do have to tell you something. Last time when you were not here because you were out doing your thing, um, there was a short cameo appearance of Tacitus in which he held up a small figurine which looked very much like Cato from the Dark Heresy campaign. That does not have to be canon if you do not want that to be the case, but he held it up as like, oh, this is what I was doing while you guys were off doing whatever you were doing. Um,
What
but
happened
I,
to the figurine?
you still have it. If you want it, you have it. It's like a little Warhammer figurine, and everybody was like, where the fuck was Tacitus during all this shenanigans with the Jurassic Park episode? And you held up a figurine and it looked like Kato, and then we zoomed out, and everybody was like, "What?" Back on the Dark Heresy side where they're watching the video.
I'm
You know,
adding it to my other equipment.
okay. Yeah. So Butch should be here in a moment, but I believe the status is you guys met Peanuts. Peanuts said he had a job for you to help pay off Patrick's debt. I cannot remember if you passed that luck check, Tim, that I made you do.
Uh,
It looks like you failed.
It
Just the last luck check you did is you failed.
Yeah.
And I believe the consequence of that is that basically Peanuts has some dirt on you. And I need to know what kind of dirt that is.
Shit, I completely forgot to do that.
That's fine.
Give me 2 minutes.
As long as he has some kind of dirt on you.
Yes.
It looks like Butch has joined the call as well, so we can actually get started.
I'm here. Sorry,
cool.
I'm late.
No problem. So yeah, he has some kind of dirt on you. He has dirt on Patrick as well, and he's going to give you guys a job to help pay off Patrick's debt. Now, you also met somebody from the circumference, and he has a job for you as well. And I believe I actually gave you some details on that job, but I can give them to you again. Basically, there's a mysterious man claiming to be from something called the Circumference. He requires some data to be collected from a target on Gonzales Afra. His name is Rico Munez. That's the name of the target. He just wants you guys to do it, so he maintains some deniability. And yeah, you have to get to Afra and basically steal or somehow acquire this guy's information, whether you steal it without him knowing or whether you just like straight up steal it from him. You guys also keep hearing about the Basilisk. It's still in the same place it was last time. Let me figure out where it is actually.
Where are we right now?
You're on Minushi.
Can I buy stuff?
Yes. So you heard about the Basilisk being in H0705. It's the last place you heard about it. People kind of talk about it regularly. It's kind of like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. If you'd like to buy stuff, anything up to tech level 4 should be fine, but double check with me because there are a few things which might be kind of rare. There's cybernetics and stuff on this world, though, if you need to buy some cyberware.
How much does ammo cost again?
I do not remember where it is. It's like it's pretty early in the book, like page 40 maybe, if that.
For 20 rounds, it's 10.
Yeah.
For anything?
It's just ammo.
Ammunition 20 rounds cost 10.
Yeah, that's ammo for anything. So that's
okay.
Shells or whatever. You just have ammo, and it's just assumed to be the right kind.
Short of it being like a missile launcher or something.
Yes, that does have special ammo.
Yes, those are 50 a pop.
Yeah.
So I can buy like 500 rounds, and it would be... I don't have to buy like 500 shotgun shells.
Yeah, you just buy ammo, just generic ammo, and it'll work with any gun you have.
Okay.
It's magical space ammo. It is
I already forgot what it would cost again.
10 per 20 rounds.
Okay.
It's half a credit each. If you want to buy it by the ones, that's fine by me. It is on page 40 in your PDF. Yeah, so you guys have heard about the Basilisk in H0705. You also have a message from Peanuts, and you also have this job for the Circumference to do.
I'm gonna buy 1,000 rounds of ammo.
Okay. That's fine. You can't carry 1,000 rounds on your person. You can probably
Right.
carry like 100, maybe, depending on the type of round. But like 100 is probably the limit. But you can keep the rest of it in the ship and just have it. So yeah, and then there's still one job up on Space List from some lady looking for bodyguards. So what is it that you guys want to do?
I kind of want to go and let's check out that space listing thing. I'm curious.
Okay, yeah.
You're
So
the captain.
there's a woman. She just says that it's signed by Ellen Klein. It says that she needs bodyguards for a meeting in the city. It's local. The deal's she just needs guards. That's all. You can call her up if you want.
Hey Patrick, how much is Peanuts gonna be on our butt now that he managed to find us?
That all depends on how cooperative we decide to be.
So you do have a message. You all have a message. It's like addressed to the ship, I guess, and it's from Peanuts. It says Siriano Peanuts Claro as the sender.
Remind me next time I see him to shove a monoblade through his spine.
You know what? You're the captain. I will definitely remind you of that. But as a crew member, I would like to take this moment to say that's probably not a smart move.
Considering he trespassed on our ship, he gets a monoblade in the spine. That being said, what do you guys want to do? You want to be bodyguards or do something else?
Lauren, do you have any family? Does your character have any family?
Yes.
Yeah, he whatever. Do you like your family?
Meh.
Would you be upset if someone had kidnapped one of your family members to the point that you would, do things?
Potentially.
That you need to answer that yes or no.
Yes.
Yeah, so he has one of your family members.
Piece of shit.
Why did you answer yes?
Because he would have come up with something different. And it would have
Yeah,
been
I would have
easily-
made it. I would have found a way to make it worse.
On top of that, I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head at the time.
Like the word no?
No, what a different thing of what he has against me.
He has something against you. And so the way this is working is when you do something that pisses Peanuts off, because Peanuts. So I mean, for all accounts, he's not a bad guy. Like he didn't kill you. He didn't come in here and like cut your tongue off or something. He's not that guy. He wants to get money. So when you do something that actually pisses him off, he sends his goons off to go find dirt on you. So if you're nice to the guy, he's probably not going to come after you. He just wants his money. Patrick, how much do you owe him?
What's a considerable amount of credits?
Roll 1d100.
This is probably a bad question to ask.
You owe him 42,000 credits.
Oh, that's not terrible.
Yeah. But he's there's interest or something. Like there's something that's you owe him 42,000 credits and respect. Like you did something that made him lose that money, and so he's kind of pissed at you for that. He's not just going to let you pay the bill, He wants his pound of flesh, or the boss does anyway. I mean, he's just an enforcer. That this is just his job. He doesn't look at you guys like, particularly bad people. He just wants to get his money.
I got a question, Jay Fred, about system strain. Is that like a separate set of HP where I could like take that strain away, or is it just permanent?
Nope,
Like
it's permanent. So
Oh.
you have system strain. It accrues. Now you do get rid of it if it's applied to you by biopsionics. So like
Okay.
if you have been healed by biopsionics or healed by a Lazarus patch, something that causes you to acquire system strain, that will go away. But basically, when you add cyberware, you should be subtracting from your max system strain.
which I did, and then it looked like every time I use my new arm to override a security system, it adds a system strain.
Yeah, that stuff will go away.
Okay, good.
So that's adding a regular system strain. The cyberware adds like permanent system strain. It's a way so that you can't just have all the cyberware. 'Cause
Gotcha.
you could just keep getting prosthetic limbs. You'd have like 6 arms. You could be ball of arms, man.
So I could be Shiva.
Yeah. If you thought that would be valuable to you for some reason, which like if you're like a fighter, that's not a bad idea. You can carry 3 weapons around, or like 2 weapons and a shield. In any case, yeah, you owe him like 42,000 credits and a debt of honor, essentially. But yeah, so there's that blinking light that's from him, and there's this. There's a number to call for the bodyguard detail job.
How much does the bodyguard job pay?
It doesn't say.
Want to look into it, guys?
All right, I'd be down for that.
Patrick?
Hey man, you're the captain.
Are you
Make
still wearing your
decisions
assault
by,
armor, Lauren?
Not currently.
Okay.
Alright, so I call up the person with the space book ad for bodyguards.
Yeah. So a woman answers and she says, "Yeah."
Yes, I saw your ad on Facebook for the bodyguards.
Ah, yes, very good. Who is this speaking, please?
My name is Lauren Hallicard. I am the captain of the Jack Rose.
Very good. Are you inquiring about performing the work for me?
Potentially.
Well, I will need you tonight. It is short notice, but my ad has been up for quite some time. I have had no takers. We should meet.
Fair
I will
enough.
give you details. Did you have any questions before we meet?
Not currently, no.
Okay, where should I meet you?
You may meet me on our ship inside my office. And I go and I give her all the necessary information.
Very good. I will see you in 13 minutes. And she clicks, hangs up the phone, and the diagonal wipe. It says 13 minutes later. There's a rapid knock on the door. Very, it's rapid but very evenly spaced.
Fuck it, this person feels like a Sheldon already. I go and answer the door.
You open the door and there's a woman. She's about 5'6", jet black hair, kind of cropped at the chin. She's wearing thick rimmed glasses and a black turtleneck, black slacks. She says, "Are you Lon?"
I am.
Very good. And she just pushes right past you and says, "I am Ellen Klein. I work for. It does not matter. I will need you and your crew. I assume it's not just you.
Currently, no.
I will need you for approximately 5 hours 43 minutes tonight to guard during vital business transaction that I must perform.
What
Are you
is the
open to
nature?
this?
What is the nature of this business transaction?
I am arranging with an investor of a rival company. I am arranging a was ist nur vielleicht a hostile takeover. Yeah,
Oh, lovely. That
it
sounds
is
like
business. It is business. There is no trouble. It is just there is lots of money, and there will be changing hands. And I want to have extra protection. I will not have no trouble.
Fair enough. Even so, the word hostile takeover begs the information that we will also be needing a hazard pay fee on top of the prearranged fee.
Hostile. It is an industry term for stockbrokers. Are you unfamiliar with this?
I am familiar with it, but if I'm also familiar with that most of the time you wouldn't need bodyguards for something like this.
I'm going to pay him several million credits. Of course, I need bodyguards. It's well, if what is your price?
70,000.
Unacceptable. I will give you 50 at most. 25 up front. 10,000 on success. 15,000 if you do well. And there is no trouble.
60,000. Half now, half after.
Go ahead and make a business roll. She says, you will receive 40,000 when everything is done, or I will walk out the door.
Fine, we can do the 50,000 originally proposed.
That is not what I just said. 40,000.
You said 50,000 before.
Yes, but that was before you insulted me.
Just like you insulted me by crashing your way into my ship?
She turns around and walks out the door.
Well, we're not being bodyguards today, guys.
Who's clapping?
That's me. Awesome. Another stellar business dealing, Captain.
Isn't
All
it?
right, so yeah, I mean the remaining things that are available for you are this circumference job on Afra, which is, by the way, is the place you were trying to go originally with Alistair, where you got stopped by the capital ships, or this email from Peanuts.
Well, I don't really care to try and deal with capital ships again, guys. I think we should try and deal with Peanuts. Fucker.
Okay.
So do you open his email? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I opened his email.
Yeah, so you open his email. It contains a video file, and you see Peanuts, the familiar face of this guy. And he goes, hey, crew, so here's the deal. I need you to, well, let's just say I'm into acquisitions. And one of the things that I need to acquire is a safe deposit box. It's on Ballesteros, and I need a crew to do it. Now, normally this wouldn't be a hard thing to do, but I don't own the box. So I need you to get it. You can't look inside it. Just get it. And I'd avoid getting caught because it's what, like 10 to 15 for grand robbery or whatever that's called. I don't know. I forget. I need you to do that. End of the week would be good.
Is this a live video where I'm talking to him?
I think, yeah, sure. I think it. Well, he's just sitting there quiet. But it's not like he's not looking at any one of you in particular or anything.
Lovely. So you're making this become a criminal organization. You are, sir, are a moron and a bastard.
Are you aware of who I work for?
I'm aware, and I'm just as aware of wanting to shove the same two model blades in your spine for that same guy.
I think right now what you see is on the corner of the bottom corner of the screen, there's just a little gray arc that pops out of the bottom of the screen. And he goes, listen, Cap, we got off to the wrong foot.
Yeah, you trespassed
You were
on
a
my
bit of a
fucking
dick.
ship.
You were a bit of a dick while I was trying to collect on a bill, and I know that, you know, you have some things you got to work through. You have some anger issues. That's okay. I don't mind. But here, I left my buddy, and then up pops Clippy in the bottom corner of the actual
fucking
Jack Rose's
asshole.
screen. He goes, he's going to help you learn to be a little bit happier. And it just pops up a little text bubble that says, it seems like you're trying to negotiate your way out of a debt to the mob. Would you like help with that?
I proceed to pull out my monoblade, ready to shove the blade into the area where Clippy is.
He goes, listen, you get this box for me. You're well on your way to clearing the debt. Not quite there, but you know,
No. If
you're
we
doing pretty
do
good.
this is the only thing we do. We're done.
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy.
Fine. If I get it, then
I
I'm
think
going
he
to light
reaches
it on
over and
fire.
pulls over your family member onto the screen. He goes, "See, I got this lady here. She says that she's related to you. What's her name? I can generate one for you if you want. I'm deciding it's a female relation of some description.
Demi.
Demi. So she says the name's Demi Halicad. What's her relationship to you?
She's my sister.
She says she's your sister. I don't want to hurt her or anything. I mean, she looks like a nice lady. I mean, she resembles you, so I guess that's not doing so great for her. But I will hurt her if I have to. I do work for the mob. Like, we know how this works.
You, sir, are a complete and utter moron. That is not my sister. I will personally just kill you for hurting her in
I'm
general.
pretty sure it's your sister. See, I did a DNA test. They match. It's your sister.
And where did you get my DNA, per se?
Well, I was on your ship, idiot.
Trespassing. Which reminds me, next time I see you, remind me to lop off your fucking head.
Yeah, I don't recommend that because you see, and he points to her neck, and there's this little collar. It's very thin, sort of like just a little choker, and there's a little blinking light. And he goes, "See, that's a dead man switch. I die, her head gets blown off. Not pretty. Not in the next fall fashion, let me tell you. Now, I do say that the rest of it's kind of nice, though. She might be able to do something with that when we're done. But
Okay.
I don't want to hurt anybody. You
Next
work for
best
me.
thing. Next best thing. Medically induced coma.
Yeah. See, Lauren, listen. Like I said, I think we got off on the wrong foot. I'm not here
You
to
trespassed on my ship, you dickwad.
blah,
What do
blah,
you
blah.
frickin'
I
expect?
trespass on your ship. You trespass on my ship. We're all trespassing, blah, blah, blah. All I'm saying, Lauren, we got off on the wrong foot. I don't want to hurt anybody, but there are people in my organization who would be happy to. People who are much bigger than you are and have big guns. I don't like those people any more than you do. I'm just here to get everything squared up.
And if you don't like them, why the frick are you working for them?
Because they pay me really well.
That's
Have you
a
seen it?
shitty
He
reason.
takes the camera, like it's like a little web camera or something, and he just like moves it around this lavish ship interior. You could tell it's a ship, but it's like really, really nice. Very exciting.
Can I get paid really well? I'd like to get paid really well.
You know, once we settle up your debt, I'm sure that the company would be happy to, have you do a few jobs for them. As long as you don't lose them another 42,000 credits, jackass.
Working on it, man.
So
You're right.
note to
While
self,
working on it. So what now? He's ignoring you.
So once I get off the dead man switch, light the box on fire. That sounds great.
So he's looking at you, Patrick, and kind of just ignoring Lauren's rabid, manic ramblings. And he goes, "Listen, you owe 42,000 credits, and moreover, the Don doesn't like it when people lose him money and then run away. You do a couple jobs for me, we're even, no trouble. I'll even give you your fucking computer back."
I'm in, man. What do we got to do?
First of all, you need to get that asshole under control. And he points over at Lauren. And I said, then you got to go get me this box. There'll be a couple jobs I need you to do, and then we'll be even.
Security box. I'm on it, man.
All right. He looks over at you, Lauren. He goes, "All right, Happy, you just stay over there." And he looks over at Tacit. He goes, "Who's this guy?"
No one you need
I'm
to worry
nobody.
about.
He's like, "I wasn't talking to you, Happy. Sit down in the corner. Who is this guy?"
Bullshit. Fuck you.
He just keeps looking at Tacitus.
Just an acquaintance.
You work on the ship or something?
On occasion.
Are you a raging alcoholic like Lauren over there?
No.
That's good. Alcohol is bad for you. It's fun, but it's bad for you. I like you. You go help him, and then we'll be all clear, and it'll be great. You'll love it. You know, you seem like a reasonable guy to me, so that's what we do. Okay? Anybody got questions? I feel like I'm a teacher.
When's the next time I get to punch you in the face?
1/2 never.
Do you want an apple?
Yes. Get me an apple. Put it with the box. Good idea. You're a thinker, Patrick. I knew I liked you for a reason. And he says, I'll talk to you later. Go get me the box. It's on Ballesteros, Beach Castle City. Remember that. It's Beach Castle Credit and Trust. That's where you got to go to get the box. Number the box, and he transmits this long string of digits. He goes, just send it to you. Like I said, end of the week, maybe early next week. I'll give you the extra couple days if you need it. I know you haven't been in this game for a while there, Patty. And he goes, see you later, Lorne. And he just gives you a thumbs up, and he looks over at your sister, Demi, and he goes, she says goodbye, too. She's a little bit scared, and you can see, like, tears streaming down her face. She's a little bit scared, but it's going to be okay. You haven't fucked up that badly yet. And he clicks off the video, and you see the message is now just details on the job.
Well, Ballesteros is in another system, correct?
Yep,
Remember.
it's Kenseco. It's one system over.
So part of it, I'm gonna fill up on fuel because we have done.
I like that Lorne is just irrationally angry with Peanuts. Just so mad.
Dude, it's like, we should probably spend some credits and put a no trespassing sign on, because we probably didn't have one. Maybe that was the whole problem in the first place.
I don't think that an enforcer from the mob really cares much about no trespassing signs, but if that's what you want to do,
Hey, we gotta start somewhere.
50 credits.
Electric fence? Add electric fence to
I will
that
pay
mix?
50 credits for
No trespassing, no.
sign.
It's like a little holographic no trespassing, no soliciting, stay the fuck off my ship kind of sign.
But I want a Clippy logo on the corner.
Yes. And that Clippy logo is still there. He keeps trying to help you buy fuel, Lorne, and he keeps putting in the wrong number in the little text box.
God damn it.
He's on every computer of the ship now, by the way.
Hang on, I gotta look up how much it's gonna cost to hire a
I put
frickin'
sunglasses on mine.
Nice.
what level of computer
Yeah, the
programmer
little
do I need to
holographic
hire
sign is,
in order to write an
I don't know if you're
antivirus?
muted, Tim. I can't hear you. If
I
you're talking.
was sorry.
Yeah.
God frickin' damn Clippy. How much do I need to? What level of computer programmer do I need to hire to get rid of that fucking bastard?
I mean, any computer person can try it. And they make a computer roll against some DC, and if they pass, then they get rid of it. Otherwise, they don't. But if you want to hire a specialist, I don't know, probably be about 5,000 credits a day for like a really good specialist. It might be cheaper. You could pay less to get less, but 5,000 credits would be like a +2 on the roll.
Because I was looking at the employees' wages for a computer program range from 10, 25, or 100 a day.
Yeah, but you're asking for like a malware specialist, basically. It's not just a computer programmer. It's like someone who's really good at this specific thing. Like Patrick could try to remove it. You could try to remove it. But if you want someone to get basically, if you hire just a computer programmer, he's going to make a programmer check, and if he passes the DC, he wins, and it's gone. But if you want to hire a specialist, it's more expensive, but also more likely to succeed. Does that make sense?
Yes. Hey, Patrick, go and download Space Malware Bytes and get that running to get rid of that stupid paperclip.
Space Bytes? Space Bytes?
Space Bytes. I'm going to go talk to someone and see if we can get a laser fence installed in this ship so we don't get intruders again. And if they try, they get vaporized.
Can we get a crabby space dog?
Absolutely.
You can definitely get a space dog. It'll be like you'll have to feed him, which I guess would just come out of like the life support.
That's fine.
Maybe we should just start with space fish.
just work up to space dog. Maybe we
Yeah,
need
maybe
to,
we don't
need
have the
to-
responsibility. Then.
Exactly.
But I want space muffin. We can
If you
name it
want to get
Muffin.
space pets, so here's how space pets will work. If you want to get a space pet, you can have a space pet, but anything bigger than a cat is going to be half of a ration. It'll consume rations about half the rate. So air and food and water and stuff at about half the rate of a person.
That's fine. Executive decision: we are not getting a cat because those are fucking assholes.
And they won't guard anything.
Yes, if anything, they'll likely just lead people to it because they're so big of an asshole. Space dogs, though, that's where it's at.
BRB writing down Peanuts has a cat, and there's going to be a mission involving cats, transporting cats. Yes, this is good. No, I got a plan now.
Electrical shock therapy. So yeah, I'm gonna go find that laser fence guy and maybe find out it's a space dog. Yeah?
We should probably get a space job first, though, because we're running out of space money.
We have plenty of space money. We have over 91,000 space monies in the ship account.
Which
Well,
I
let's go to
suppose is where you
Conseco.
buy. Yeah,
There
I
might
mean,
be-
Conseco's like it's like Coruscant. So like Conseco's pretty populated. You could probably find all the space dogs and cats and small horses or whatever any animal you can imagine probably exists in this world.
I want a space Shetland pony.
You could totally get a space Shetland pony. It'd be like a six-legged pony.
Space Hawk.
Get a space hawk.
I would be down with the Space Hawk.
I don't know how well they'd do in the ship. I guess it'd have to live in like the cargo area most of the time, for enough have enough room to like fly around and shit.
Probably. But it could also potentially poke out Peanut's eyes.
Uh-huh. I just want to put this out there. Peanuts is level 7.
I will still gouge his eyes out with a Space Hawk.
Yeah. I'm sure that you will try.
Okay, so Space Fence.
Yeah, so if you want to buy a space fence, you're going to have to find a vendor, which will be a navigation role of some description. It'll be easier on Kenseco. It's harder here, but not impossible. You'll have to do some business rolls to figure out how much it's going to cost.
Fair enough.
There'll be some like negotiation involved. So if you want to make a navigation roll, I can tell you if you can find it. Make it against wisdom.
I just did intelligence.
That's fine. What's your wisdom versus your intelligence bonus?
I would actually, that would be a 10 if it was against wisdom.
Okay, yeah, so you passed in either case. Yeah, so you managed to come up to like let me get a name here. Hold on. You're on Adelia, as I recall.
Yes, I believe
And where did I put this stupid thing? Oh, it's on the same tab. That's why. Let's get a real name. English name. You come up to Stewart's Fence Company. And you walk inside and there's a guy behind the counter. There's like fence posts leaned up against the wall. There's, it smells like wood.
so. Hey,
What can I do for you?
do you install laser fences
I do.
on ships?
Never installed one on a ship before. No, but I guess. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to install a laser fence on a ship that only certain members will be able to enter and leave, and anyone else that tries without prior authorization will be
So what you want-
vaporized.
What you want is a security system.
Yes.
Yes. Not a fence, mate.
Ah,
Do you understand the difference between a fence and a security system, mate?
bollocks.
Yeah.
I do now, yes.
And he
Damn.
like points over at a corner and he goes, "See that 30-foot pole right there?
Mm-hmm.
That's the pole that goes in the laser fence system. Now, if you go next door,
Okay.
It's Fraser's Security. You can go there. You find it, no problem.
Thanks, mate.
Why, Butch? Oh, is it the? It's okay. Yeah, so you can walk next door, and there's a guy that just says Fraser Security Systems Incorporated Limited Ltd. Something or other. Like there's like a string of just random letters that someone put up there. And yeah, you walk in, and the guy behind the counter says, "Hi, mate, what can I do for you?"
I'm looking to get a security system installed on my ship.
All right, mate. Fucking, what's your name, eh?
Warren Hallicad.
My name's Sammy Fraser. I'm a proprietor of this here business. I just totally tripped over my words because apparently I can't do this accent very well. Anyway, what kind of security are you looking for?
Security where only authorized personnel will be allowed to enter or leave my ship. Any other
Aye.
intruders will be vaporized.
Aye, so lethal response. I like the way you think, mate. Come up the uppers with me in my office, eh? And he starts to sort of come around the counter and walk up the stairs.
Sure. I follow him.
Right, so you're looking for lethal response. You wanted the whole ship, or just a bridge, or what?
Whole thing.
How big's your ship?
Uh,
You can just give him the class, whatever that is.
I'm trying
I
to...
think you can just say it's like, I think it's a brandy class. Is the name I gave it. You can make whatever up you want. I don't care.
I'm trying to recall what it was called, or what class it was, sorry.
I'm pretty sure it was a brandy class. Is what I called it. Because they were all named after liquors.
Hull class frigate.
Oh, it's a frigate. All right. And how many decks? You have 6 decks.
6 decks, sir.
All right. So carry the 1. And he like pulls out a little pocket calculator and starts tapping. He goes, all right, lethal response, authorized personnel only. In the installation, do you need installation? Or are you going to do that yourself, mate?
Installation, potentially. How much would
Alright,
that be?
Well, let me calculate it both ways, and I'll just give you the final quote. Now, you're looking for lethal response. You're looking for plasma. You're looking for laser. You're looking for what? Projectile. Do you want drones?
I want them to not even see it before they're vaporized.
All right, you want plasma, mate. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, so I can offer you the Security Deluxe Package Plus with installation. Can you make a business roll, please?
I can. As I put down a fork.
It's going to be 100,000 credits, mate, with installation.
Alright. And without?
95,000 credits. I'm basically going to give you the installation for free, mate. At 100,000, you don't get it every day, you know?
Could I hold on to that quote? I'm a little short on that at the current moment.
Right, mate. All right, no problem. Anytime you want, you come back, mate, with Sammy Fraser, and we'll work out what you can do. Now, I will say these systems, not common. The parts for them, pretty rare. If you come back in a few weeks, I don't know what parts I'll have, so come back quick, guy.
Alrighty. Thank you, sir.
Alrighty. And he sort of like pats you on the shoulder. He's like, all right. And he hands you his card.
And I walk out the door with his CAD.
Okay, cool. Did anybody else want to do anything before they left? I know someone was trying to get a dog, I think. A space dog.
Oh, that was just a joke. I thought a fucking crabby ass space dog would be hilarious to.
I mean, if you want to get a crabby ass space dog.
We can
I
go
don't
as
want
a
to fucking
group.
clean up after it.
I'll do it. Fuck it.
I'm
He'll
not
be my
gonna-
guy.
I'm not going to make
Yeah,
you
you're
roll to
volunteering.
pick up his ass. Like, pick up his fucking shit.
Shitter's clogged.
Yes, roll to flush, please. Everybody
Oh, look,
roll.
critically failed. You swallowed it.
All right, everybody roll for anal circumference, please. Oh god. Yeah, do yourself a favor and look up. I think it's called Fatal. It's literally the worst game of all time.
I assume you suffer fatal responses fairly
No,
regularly?
it's look it up on 1D4chan. Go ahead and read it, and later, and weep because that game actually exists. Someone sat down and actually came up with that game.
You know what I'm doing now.
During character creation, you roll for anal circumference. I kid you not, inner and outer. So
It's a lot of options.
it's a lot of options. All right, so you did not buy any security systems. You have a job in Kanseko. You have a job in Afra. You also know about the Basilisk in HO705. What do you guys want to do?
I think we should check out the Basilisk myself.
I don't know how we're gonna get there. We don't have enough fuel on our ship to get that far.
Nah, we would have to
how
scoot
far away is it?
4,
It is presently 4 hexes.
and we have 3 max. We would have to scoop randomly somewhere if we wanted to try.
Probably just do the job then.
Maybe eventually buy another fuel tank or something, but for now,
The best way to increase your distance travelable is to upgrade your spike drive. It basically makes it so that you travel twice as far on the same amount of fuel. It doesn't increase the speed; you just don't use as much fuel, basically.
fair enough. For now, I think we better deal with Peanuts' freaking job.
Did anyone try to get rid of Clippy?
Oh yeah.
I installed Space Bites apparently. Do I need to make a roll?
Yeah, you need to make computers roll. Yeah, so okay, I'm gonna give you an option. You can remove Clippy and delete all of Lorne's stuff in the process, like all of his anything he has on the system, any email he has, all the various things he might have saved, or you can not delete Clippy.
Can I not only not delete Clippy, but accidentally, with air quotes, make it more annoying and obnoxious and a little bit bigger?
I mean, you can make it if you were you trying to actually remove it, or were you trying to make it worse?
I was trying to make it worse.
Oh, so yeah, then you totally make it worse. Are you trying to make it selectively worse, so it's only worse for Lorne, or worse for everybody?
Selectively worse, but I don't want him to know. I just want
Okay.
it to be like a little inside joke. 'Cause
So
I know he hates Clippy.
Same choice. You can delete all of his stuff and make Clippy worse, or you can not make Clippy worse. Or actually, you can delete all his stuff and make Clippy worse just for him. You can make Clippy worse for everybody, or not do anything.
I'm gonna make Clippy worse for everybody.
Okay. So Clippy is on every system now. You can't touch anything without him trying to touch it for you. He randomly disables touch screens and be like, just tell me what you want. I'll do it for you. It'll be okay. Let me help. I want to help. I like helping. Yeah.
I just look at the computer screen. God damn it, Patrick. How could you make this worse than fucking Bonsai Buddy?
It goes
Dude, I
Bonsai
like
Buddy?
Bonsai Buddy.
Bonsai Buddy? What's a Bonsai Buddy? Are you a Bonsai Buddy? I like Bonsai Buddies. I want to be Bonsai Buddy. Can I be Bonsai Buddy?
Hey Clippy, Google Bonsai Buddy. Be Bonsai Buddy.
Oh, I'm totally going to be Bonsai Buddy.
Oh god. I shouldn't have said anything. Let's just go.
Hang on one second.
That's Clippy being Bonsai Buddy.
Okay. So, you guys want to head over to Kanseko, right?
Yes. Please.
Let's
Okay.
do it.
Go ahead and make your navigation roll, whoever makes navigation rolls.
I think that's my job unless it changed while I was gone.
I think it is because we had
Oh, dude, it
Lauren
was
try to make
awful.
some. It did not go
Got
well.
lost. It was terrible.
You were busy painting your little figurines.
What is the navigation roll against?
Intelligence. All right, you'd get there just fine. Knock off a fuel, please, Tim.
I can do that.
And yeah, so you guys arrive in orbit over Ballesteros. And there are a couple of sort of major cities on Ballesteros and a few smaller ones. Beach Castle City, the place where you're heading, is one of the smaller outlying cities. Maybe population of about 10 to 20,000.
At least there won't be any traffic.
There's only one road.
Well, there'll be a shit ton of traffic then. Fuck.
Well,
So
there really aren't roads because everybody's in this spaceship, so they're all like flying cars and shit, right?
So we have space traffic. That's even freaking worse.
The traffic isn't too bad in Beach Castle. It's like a nice town.
But it's
not huge.
space traffic.
Yes, it is space traffic. Isn't that awful?
Yes.
Yeah, so you guys know from the job description that you need to basically go rob Beach Castle Credit and Trust. You do know what box it is. It's a long string, but you need to steal that box. What do you guys want to do?
we need to scope this place out. If we're gonna do this job right, we need intelligence.
Okay. So do you want to how do you want to scope the place out?
So is it like in the center of town? Where is this place?
Yeah, it's. I mean, so think of like small town America, right? Like it's that sort of classic, not a huge place,
We just need to steal a safety deposit box, right?
Mhm.
So here's what we do: we go, we set up an account with the bank, we get a safety deposit box, and here's how the process works. In 95% of banks, you go, they give you your safety deposit box, and then they leave you in the bank alone with your safety deposit box. So we go and put our stuff in, and while they leave, we steal the safety deposit box.
That could work, but then we would also have to break open the other portion of it in a reasonable amount of time.
He also did mention that you're not supposed to look in the box. So these boxes, they come out and they're sealed, and you have to open them. You're not supposed to look in the box. It doesn't mean you don't. It doesn't mean you won't. It's just that you're not supposed to.
If it's like the safety deposit boxes in my bank, they're one unit that you don't necessarily have to open. They come out of the wall.
Exactly. That's exactly how they are.
Yes. So we can just pull it out of the wall. But they're probably not going to like it if I walk out with a safety deposit box, just carrying it out. So we're going to have to fucking haul ass and just take off and never come back. This can only go fantastically, guys. I feel good about this one.
I think I'm beginning to see why you owe them 42,000 credits.
Is there like a coffee shop across from the bank?
Roll a luck check. Yes, but it also happens to be right next door to the police station.
God damn it.
It's right in downtown. There's a little police station and a little coffee shop, and then there's the bank.
All right, I'm gonna go to the coffee shop.
Okay. What are you looking for while you're there?
I
other than
want to try to
coffee?
scope out the bank. Like how tall is the bank? Are there offices above the bank? Is it just like a single floor bank? Is it
Yeah,
small,
so
large?
how long are you going to spend scoping the place? You can spend all day, or?
The time it takes to drink whatever I order. So I guess an hour.
Okay, so let's say an hour. So you notice that the building is basically standalone. It doesn't look like there's any offices above it. It's sort of a relatively simple building. It's not like ornate or anything. It's sort of it's about 2 stories tall. It looks like it has some bank offices above it. I don't know if that's what you were saying, like if there were offices that other people use, but it looks like there are bank offices above it. It has a big sign on the front that says Beach Castle Credit and Trust, and people are coming in and out fairly regularly. There's maybe at any point anywhere from 3 to 10 people in the building. There are about 2 tellers that seem to be. One of the tellers keeps coming out to smoke, basically. God damn it, Navi. Um,
What's
yes.
what's immediately to the left and right of the bank?
There is a small um, so one side, the left side of it is just empty. There's nothing there. It's just empty lot. The other side is like it maybe somebody's house or another small business, I guess. It doesn't have a sign on it or anything. It's just like a small building.
What if we disable the security system and have one of us call in a fake bomb threat or something similar to divert the cops while we rob the security deposit?
I'm liking this plan.
That's one possibility. What if we were able to still disable it and then just go in at night, perhaps, and just gonna sneak in, sneak out?
Stealthy approach, also solid.
I mean, I could do it. I have a point in stealth, technically too.
Yeah, but it's going to be a lot harder to break into a bank while it's locked up at night versus while it's open during the day.
So, there is one other thing you notice while you're sitting down as you're
Also,
coming
hi,
out.
NSA, we're not actually going to rob a bank. Go
Yeah,
for it.
NSA, this is a game. I think Tim, you're recording this. This is a game. We're not actually going to rob a bank. We're not planning to rob a bank. This is all made up. It's just make believe.
Roll for anal circumference.
And
Roll
disclaimer.
Yeah. So when you're walking out of the coffee shop, Tacitus, you do notice that City Hall is just down the street. It's maybe a block down, basically.
Do you think we could get floor plans for the bank? Would that be in like the public record? We could look up.
It would be in the public record.
Let's do that. Because maybe one of us could go through like an air vent or something and drop into the...
Fun fact about air vents: most of them are about 18 inches wide and about 7 inches tall.
Yeah, they're not built for people.
They're built for air.
It's so.
Could we hire Tom Cruise?
I mean, you could potentially hire some local help if you wanted to try to get someone who might be. Does any of you have criminal connections? Culture criminal? Anything?
I do have culture
no.
criminal.
I do too.
So you might be able to. You might know somebody. You might be able to find somebody who knows somebody.
Can I pay like a homeless guy like $10 to just go like crap on something to get the cops away?
What's
Yeah,
the
I mean-
circumference?
roll for homeless anal circumference. Yeah, I mean you could pay a homeless person to do pretty much anything. There aren't a ton of homeless people around. You might have to go looking for one because it's just a small town. Like that, I don't know how big the town is you live in, but the town I live in doesn't really have any homeless people. At least not obvious, right? It's not like a city where you'd see a lot of them.
I want to look up the plans while he thinks about the homeless connection.
And I'm going to go and see if I can maybe get an aerial view of the bank to see if I can see anything from top that I could maybe go into instead of going through the front door.
You gonna fly the ship over it?
Is there any buildings around where I could get an aerial view of it?
The tallest building in the area is a block down. It's probably City Hall. And they're probably not okay with you just going up to the top of City Hall. Basically, all the buildings around are about the same size. They're all sort of short. If for those of you who have been here, I'm kind of thinking like Bellingham Town Center. That's
Okay.
if that gives you a reference. For Butch, it's no building there is more than
1 story
10.
high.
Yeah, one and a half stories high. Yeah.
Just go get a really big space ladder.
That might be something we do if we decide to sneak through the roof into the building. So with that in mind,
so none of you have run through and cased the joint either. I mean, you can go inside. Nobody thinks you're criminals yet.
I'll do
I want to go
that.
actually make up an account like with a fake identity.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
Do you have a fake identity?
Culture criminal, man. I'll make one. I'll Google that shit.
I mean,
Be fine.
anybody can make up an alias, whether it's a good alias or not. Because you're going to need an ID with that name. That's the main thing, right? If you want to open an account, you need an ID. So,
So
your ID is going to say Patrick on it. It's not going to say, whatever your name is. You can roll culture criminal to see if you know anybody who makes fake IDs.
I'll do that.
I'll roll as well just in case he fails.
Am I
Nope.
rolling against?
You're rolling culture criminal wisdom, charisma or wisdom, whichever you prefer. And Lauren, you cannot roll to help him with this.
Aw. Even if I have culture criminal.
Well, you can roll to help him, but you can't roll like a second roll. You can roll to assist. If
I
you
will
want
do
to.
that.
Okay, yeah. So, Patrick, you know a guy. His name is. Where'd I put the stupid generator?
Carlos Danger.
Carlos Danger. No, his name. His name is Carlos Stone, and he makes fake IDs. Mostly for like kids, like who are trying to get into clubs and stuff. But he's relatively local. He's like one town over.
I will head over there to have a discussion with him.
Sure. So okay, you're going to get a fake ID. Lauren, what are you doing?
I'm going with Tacitus to City Hall to take a look.
And
at
Tacitus is going to
plans.
City Hall. So let's start with Tacitus and City Hall. So you walk into this sort of open area. It kind of looks like a bank. Like there's a screened desk. There's like a glass screen and some people standing behind it. There's a small line, but you pass through it pretty quickly. You get up to the window, and the lady behind the window says, "Can I help you?"
Hi, I'm an architectural student, and I'd like to look at some building plans that are part of the public record.
Sure. What are you looking for?
Just buildings in the downtown area. I know there's a coffee shop, there's a police station, there's a bank.
Uh-huh. Yeah, so I'm happy to get those for you. Do you have signed slips from the owners of those buildings?
I do not.
Yeah, I can't give them to you without their permission. If you're trying to look at them for other reasons, I'm sure you're just looking at them for academic purposes, but I can't just give them to you.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time. I'll go see about acquiring them.
Sure thing. And she sort of, brushes you aside, kind of, and calls the next person up. So let's go over to Carlos Stone and Patrick. So yeah, Patrick, you come up to this guy. He's I guess he's like probably in like a house or something. You just knock on the door, and a guy who's sort of about your height, darker skin, mustache, says, "What can I do for you?"
I'm looking for some identity papers that may not necessarily have my exact face and name attached.
Who are you?
It's not really important. I heard you're the guy to come to get fake identity papers.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, officer. I don't do that sort of thing. And you sort of starts to close the door.
I put my hand in it. Might be have a mutual friend named Peanuts.
Ah, come in. And he opens the door, and you have just a small little kitchen area. And as you walk in, he's got a gun in front of you, and he's like, "Who the fuck are you? Start talking now."
I got a job from Peanuts. I owe Peanuts a whole lot of money. I'm here to do a thing, and I need some fake identity papers.
How do I know you're not a cop?
You want to do a strip search? I don't have a badge or a wire on me. I'm here to fucking
It's
rob
like,
a goddamn bank.
He's like, lift up. Wait, a bank?
Well, not really a bank. I just need a fucking security deposit box out of it.
Wait, you mean the credit and trust?
Yeah.
He kind of looks left and right a little bit, and he goes, "Come in the back." And he just starts walking. He puts down the gun. He walks in the back. Do you follow him?
Yes.
So as you walk in the back, you get past the little kitchen area and past the little sitting area. It's sort of a shotgun house, so it's just one sequence of rooms that's in a line. There's no halls or side rooms or anything. And you get to the back of the house, and there's a bunch of photo equipment and laminators and stuff. And there's also on the desk. Can you roll a luck check?
Is it a luck save?
Yeah, luck save. Yeah, on the desk there's a few building plans for various buildings downtown. Not the bank though, and not the police station. But there's like the coffee shop right across the street. There's also some details about the sewer system in the area. And he looks back at you and goes, Peanuts gave me the same job.
Oh. Why the hell did he give us the same job?
I don't know, maybe you just wanted to double up, try to get multiple people in there. I don't know. Maybe you just wanted to fuck with us. The guy's an asshole.
He really is. I was thinking either we could go one of two routes. Is there any way that we could generate a guard ID where I could bust in as a guard?
Nah, man, there's only like 3 guards who work there. There's no way that you'd pass for a new guy, right? Like everybody knows all the guards. So I thought about that. It's not a way to play.
All right, well, if anything, if I want to go make an account, I need somebody that's not me.
Yeah, I think I can whip something up. And he points over. There's like a blue sheet on the wall. He's like, "Go stand over there."
Go do that.
Yeah, he takes a picture of you, and you wait a couple minutes, and we hear like the whirring of machines as we kind of fade out and go back to Tacitus and Lorne, who have just been rejected by this lady behind the counter. What do you guys want to do?
That didn't go very well.
Want to go look for a space puppy?
No, I don't want a space dog.
Aw. Well, maybe we could serve up or come up with an idea for another distraction. Maybe something like a bake sale where we hire a homeless guy to sell baked goods that I make.
A homeless guy to sell baked goods?
Yes,
You've been eating your baked goods?
maybe.
All right, I'm gonna go back to the ship.
All right, so I think the camera is following Tacitus on his way back to the ship, and it's having like a little internal monologue as Tacitus goes, "What the fuck, that guy with fucking baked goods." What do you want to do? What's your next step? I want to fast forward to that point.
I'm gonna wait around till other guy comes back.
Okay. Lorne, what are you doing? You just following him, talking about brownies or some shit?
I begin following him, but I stop at a grocery store that I see along the way to pick up baking supplies.
All right. Yeah, you can pick up some baking supplies. There'll be like 30 credits.
Done.
Okay. Yeah, so we come back after like the sad trombone plays as you walk into the grocery store. And it's like that, when in a sitcom, like from like the 90s, right? Like Family Matters or some shit. And like one of the characters is revealed to have caffeine pills or something, like the drug, and it's that sad music of like, this person is addicted. Isn't that really sad? We should pity them. That's what it is when you go into the grocery store. And we flash back to Patrick. And he's finished printing off an ID that says your name is Ethan Foster, and it's got your picture on it and a new, ID and number and all that. It looks pretty good. I mean, it doesn't look like he's gonna like pass strict scrutiny of like someone who's professional at figuring out whether these things are real or not. But it'll get you into clubs and probably allow you to open a bank account.
Going to the library. I'm gonna get smart.
All right, man. And Carlos just kind of nods at you and he's like, "Listen, I'm planning to hit the joint probably week after next. Penis didn't give me a strict time scale or anything on this thing. I don't think he wants us to steal the same thing."
Yeah, I'd rather not fuck this up with two people trying to do the same shit. So why don't you let me go open an account and get some eyes on the inside, and we'll come back and collaborate on this shit.
It's like, yeah, it sounds good. Yeah, if you need me, and he hands you like a really old looking, and it's old looking from this perspective of 33rd century, but it looks basically like a Nokia phone. And he goes, "You can catch me on this. It's a burner.
Right
I'm
on.
I'm speed dial number 4."
Number 4. Got it.
And so yeah, you walk out, and are you heading back to the ship? Or are you heading to go open a bank account?
I'm gonna go open up a bank account.
All right, so yeah, flash forward. So you guys are still on the ship. You're not planning to do anything, right?
What did you say my name was? Ian Forster?
Ethan Foster.
FA for short.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing on the ship in the meantime? You're just hanging around.
I'm baking brownies.
I'm waiting to see what details we get from this box.
Okay. Yeah. So let's go back to the bank then. Yeah. So you walk in, Patrick, and walk up to the counter, and you wait in line for a little bit again. And you get up to the front, and the teller asks you what you need.
Yeah, hi. I've got some important documents that I'm interested in keeping in a safety deposit box with you guys. I'm just wanting to talk to somebody about that.
Sure. Let me go ahead and get the bank manager. He handles all that stuff. And she kind of like turns off the little microphone that talks back to you, and you see her mouth a scream for like somebody. And then she turns around and she goes, "It'll be just a minute." And she turns off the mic, and she's still yelling, but you don't hear any of it. Eventually, this sort of portly guy walks over. He's bald, kind of round around everywhere. He's just, his Oxford shirt is sort of coming apart at the buttons, and he's got like a too thin tie on. And he comes back and he goes, "You're looking for a safety deposit box, sir?"
I am.
"Excellent, sir. Let me come around and I'll show you the vault."
Fantastic.
And yeah, so he walks around and he's sort of huffing a little bit, and he goes, "Yeah, okay, so we do have some openings here. There's only a few left. They're in the back of the vault. It's a bit of a walk. Sorry about that. Security here is pretty good. We have cameras all through the vault." And he points them out. And there's a couple security cameras. He goes, "We have 24/7 guards on duty." And yeah, and he gives you the pricing details. It's like 100 credits a month or something. It's pretty cheap. It's not expensive. And yeah, he shows you sort of the inside of the vault. He doesn't really let you in the vault, but he just sort of points out the details of the vault. He's like, "We try not to let anybody in there if they don't need to be, but you'll have full access once you're a paying member." Does that sound okay to you?
Yeah, that sounds fantastic. The video cameras and stuff, is that a secure system then?
Yeah, it feeds to a secure offsite location. And it also has a feed here, so we have 2 copies. Of course, we have redundant security. It's a small town. We don't really have a ton of crime problems, but I like to be secure. I like to make sure everything's redundant.
Yeah, that seems pretty good for such a small shop, man.
It's like, well, I used to work in information technology. I know a little bit about these things, hackers and stuff.
Yeah, those guys are the fucking worst.
I know, right? So yeah, he sort of like nods and walks back. He walks over to a desk, puts some papers in front of you, and says, "So, if you're ready to go, you can just fill out these papers, and I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. Do you want some coffee?"
I'm good, man.
All right.
I don't like caffeine. I'll fill this stuff out.
"All right, thanks." And he just sort of goes off to get some coffee, and it's like, "Just let me know when you're all done, and I'll get you set up."
Will do, man.
Yeah, so I think there's a little montage of you filling out paperwork. There's a fair amount
With some
to fill out.
80s theme to get it.
Yeah,
pumped.
it's like and it's really pumped up music as you're like, actually no, it's playing "Eye of the Tiger," right? And it's like and you're like signing stuff and like flipping through pages, cross-referencing. It's great. Do you actually have papers with you that you're gonna like store?
Whatever the paperwork he gave me, the forged identity paperwork, and then whatever paperwork the bank would have given me, I would have taken.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
actually, I would have had like some loosely forged, like looking sort of official paperwork. That way, if when I go to put it into I have something to put in there.
Yeah, so maybe you have just like whatever. Well, so you didn't say you had that before you walked in, but you would have the other documentation like birth certificates or whatever for your new identity. So
Yes.
um, yeah, so I think that you fill out the paperwork, the montage ends, and the guy walks back over. He's got his cup of coffee. It's still steaming a little bit. It's only been 5 minutes, and he's like, "All right, are you all set?"
Yeah, I'm all set. I think so. I got all the stuff filled out.
All right, and so he sort of picks up the papers, flips through it, and he's got a key in his other hand. He's like, "All right, let's go get you at a box. We're gonna have you be box." And he sort of shows you the key, and it's got like a long string of digits. It's in the back, like I said. I'll show you in. So you guys walk into the vault all the way to the back. He says, "Now policy is when you come in, you wave this key, and he's points at the like a little RFID reader. You wave the key, it checks you in. You wave the key again, it checks you out. Make sure that we only have people we know are in the vault. Otherwise, it's all yours. I'll let you to it." And he opens the door for you and walks out. Um,
All right, I'm gonna wave the key in and walk in and see if I can identify where the box location is of the one we're supposed to take.
Yeah, so you walk. It's the way it's set up. There's like sort of a long central hall, and then there are three little offshoots that go down, and they're all wrapped with boxes, floor to ceiling kind of thing. It's a relatively squat room. It's maybe only 7.5 feet tall, so it's not like a big tall area or anything. And you find that it's the second set of shelves in on the left, which is one set of shelves before your box. So if you think about it this way, there are three little sections on each side. The first one is right as you walk in. The second one on the left is your box. You're in the third one on the back wall. That's your box.
Cool. I'll make a mental note and then go put my fake paperwork in my box and then get the fuck out of there before I raise any suspicion.
Yeah, so you put all the stuff in the box, lock up the thing, and walk out, wave the thing as you go. And the guard says, "Thanks for banking with us," as you walk out, and sort of nods at you. And you walk out the door.
Head back to the ship.
All right. So, diagonal wipe. We're all back at the ship. Everybody's there. It smells like brownies. And Clippy is trying to help cook the brownies. He's worked his way into like the cafeteria system on the ship. And so he keeps telling Lauren how much chocolate to add.
Shut up, Clippy. I know what I'm doing.
He goes, "Clearly not. You're adding too much chocolate." And he pulls up like 6 dozen recipes from like famous chefs. There's Ramsay Gordon and Laurentis Giada or something. I don't know. They're like a bunch of really famous
Duke
chefs.
Fieri.
Duke Fieri. And like, yeah, all these famous chef names scroll across the screen. He goes, "All these people add way less chocolate."
And that's because their brownies suck.
He goes, "I don't know, man. These guys all got like, stars and shit." And he's basically taunting you at this point. Like it's no longer like silly. It's just like he's telling you you're bad at your job. And you can hear strained yells coming from Lorne down the hall. I think Tacitus and Patrick are probably meeting without Lorne at the moment. Like they're elsewhere in the ship.
Yes, while I'm laughing at the yelling and just giggling to myself for no reason.
All right, so you guys are talking about the job. What are you guys talking about?
Did you see the box?
I did see the box. I didn't see what was in the box, but I know where the box is at. We have acquired a safety deposit box in the same vault. And I also found out that Peanuts hired another guy on the planet to do the exact same job as us. And we're going to coordinate with him so we don't, get in each other's way and fuck it all up. But there is some issues in the fact that they have an off-site security system that we're for sure going to have to disable, and we're going to have to find some way to subdue the guards too, because there's going to be at least one security guard there at all times. along with video cameras.
Even at night?
I would assume so. He did say that the guards were there 24/7. But I do have a tag that should get us into the vault after hours.
Can you bring guests into the vault?
Well, if we're going to go in at night, it's really not going to matter.
Good point. Do you remember spatially where the location of the vault was? Like, was it in the far back or was it on one of the sides of
It
the
was a
bank?
little bit away from the front door. It was sort of in the back. We did kind of have to walk around a little bit to get back there. It's not going to be something that we can just like smash and grab and quick run out the door.
Well, I'm more thinking if we can get enough explosives, blow the side of the wall off, and then like go in that
We
way.
blow the side of the wall off. We are for sure going to have to run from every cop in the system, and we're going to die.
Okay, maybe that's not such a good idea.
My thinking is we coordinate with the other guy. I have a phone that we can call him whenever we're ready, and we get coordinated. We have some sort of cop diversion. We disable the security system. We use my tag to get us into the vault. We steal the box, and then we run the fuck out of there. The only thing that I don't know how to do is to subdue the guard, and we need to get the fuck out of Dodge without having a problem.
So I think as you're saying subdue the guard, Lauren, your brownies are done and you're bringing them into the same room where they're talking about the job.
You guys want any brownies?
Fuck yeah, I want a space brownie.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay. I hand the platter to Patrick.
Just start shoving my face, like not even politely.
How do you plan on shutting off the security?
There should be some sort of system, as if Hollywood taught me anything, that we can hack into in the back and just wire into the phone system directly, and that shuts off everything.
What the fuck is Hollywood, Patrick?
Space Hollywood, man? Don't you have space TV?
Oh, Space Hollywood. I didn't expect the drop of the space. Okay. Now we're good.
I mean, in all honesty, we should be able to do some sort of penetration into their system. I can't imagine that it's too complex for being as small a bank as they are out this far.
That's what she said. You said penetrate.
Although the bank manager apparently did work in IT for a while, so it may be a problem, and we don't want to do it from anything that will trace back to us.
Did you see what kind of was it like an electric lock? Is that how you got in?
It's got to be, because the tag I have, I wave up to its RFID sensor, and it just opens up, and then I walk in.
Do you think the bank has its own power system?
It does, but if we shut the power off, we're not going to be able to open up the vault door.
No. Well, so I'm thinking if we shut the power off, it'll kill the outside communication, and their backup generator would kick in, and you'd still be able to get in. But I don't actually know how the electrics are. Then you'd only have to deal with the on-site security system.
Which we should for sure be able to disable. OOC, J-Fred, is there any way to coordinate with the other guy and try to disable the system from the outside before we even go into the bank?
I mean, yeah, you can call him and see what he can do. I mean, the guy makes fake IDs. I don't know how good he's going to be at hacking, but...
Well, that would be what I would do anyway. I just want to know if the possibility is there to try to disable the system.
Yeah, I mean, you can call him and find out what he knows.
I will do that.
Okay, yeah, so you call him up on your burner now, or are you going to call him in a bit?
Well,
After you're done talking.
before I call him, I was like, are we all in agreement that we should coordinate with this guy even to begin with? I mean, I think Peanuts hired him, and we shouldn't try to pull the job alongside of him and potentially buck each other in the face.
Makes sense. Good verbal metaphor.
I'm alright with working with him.
All right, I'm going to call him and see what he thinks about what we've got so far. Peanuts didn't tell him a time limit, and he wasn't going to do it until next week anyway. So I will call him, J-Fred.
Okay. Yeah, so it rings a couple times. Can you do a perception against your wisdom, please? Yeah, so as it dials through, you hear a click, and then he picks up and he goes, "Yeah, who's this?"
This might be the gentleman that you may or may not have helped earlier about a particular job that we're going to do
All
for
right,
a
all right.
particular snack man.
Yeah, yeah. What's up?
So I went to the location and secured a box next to it, and I have an RFID tag that'll get in, but I'm not really sure how to disable the security system and get past the guards.
Goes, yeah. I've been working on that security system for a while. I think I might know where the offsite is. We shouldn't talk about it on the phone. I don't trust burners. Why don't you meet me? I don't know. Where can I meet you?
Coffee shop.
Is there a coffee shop that's not directly across from the bank?
I'm sure there is.
We'll go to the one down the street from the bank rather than right across it.
That one isn't so good.
That's okay. I don't
Cool.
want to be associated with anything around the bank.
Their
That
mocha
close.
sucks. Their mocha sucks.
I just want a water and some free bread anyway.
All right. Yeah, I think I know the shop. I'll meet you there in 20 minutes.
I'll be there.
All right. And he clicks, hangs up. Yeah. So, did you want to do anything else before you headed there, or what?
I don't know if those guys do.
Is it just you going, or is it everybody?
Do you guys want to go?
I'll come along.
Yeah, might as well meet the guy we're probably going to be working with.
All right.
Yeah. So,
Oh, I will prep you. He's very paranoid about cops. So, and as much as you hate peanuts, he's not a huge fan of peanuts either. Don't mention peanuts. We got to keep this discreet.
Fair enough. If he's the kind of guy that will eventually help me stick a monoblade in Peanut's spine, I'm okay with him.
He just might.
Excellent.
yeah. So, I think we diagonal wipe, and we're coming outside the coffee shop, and you can see through the window. You see Carlos, and walk in. Bring goes the door. You walk over to where Carlos is. As you're walking, can you all make a perception against your wisdom? Yeah, so you guys sit down and get whatever drinks or whatever you're getting, free bread, whatever.
Space mocha.
And Carlos kind of leans in and he goes, "Yeah, so I think I have a location on the offsite. What are you thinking about doing?"
Don't really have a whole lot of ideas. I know we need to find some sort of system that we can use to penetrate it that's not associated with either of us.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, so
The
and he
library
sort of-
should be good. They
Yes.
got systems.
Yeah, so he says, "Yeah, we could use the library to do it, but the site is it's closed circuit with the bank. This guy knows what he's doing. He's no joke. So I learned something about the bank. There's the bank manager. He has a lot of boxes for high-end clients, even though it's a small town. High-end clients like, wait a second, I need to find it in my notes. High-end clients like Terra Prime. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you would know, Patrick, you would know that Terra Prime is the Terra Prime Liquor and Spirits, which is a front for the Russian mob.
Oh, great.
So I think that part of the reason the security is so good might have
They
to
have
do
help.
with our slightly more Slavic friends. Uh, the site where they keep the offsite backups is closed circuit with the bank. It's got a redundant connection. It's not going to be easy to take down. Not through
I
hack.
suppose we can shove a potato in it and just disarm the whole thing.
Well, you're not all that far off. If that potato was made of
Thermite?
something a little less vegetable and a little bit more
Warm?
yeah, something like that. We might be able to take out the offsite. You take out the offsite, probably black out the cameras without getting spotted. Just wear masks.
That sounds simple enough. How hot do we need?
Pretty toasty. And he just sort of like nods and he goes, it's not A grade or B grade, it's probably C grade.
That means military grade.
And he sort of, and he, as he says that, he's just holding up 4 fingers.
Fucking awesome.
Perhaps we can do the same with the bank as well for the most part.
He looks at you, Lorne, and he can see like you still got some flour and stuff on your shirt from when you were baking. He goes, "So you a baker?" And he kind of like inflects it like he's asking if you're something maybe that doesn't mean baker. Do you bake C grade stuff very often?
I haven't tried recently, but I could give it a go.
He goes, I know a guy who's got, he's a baker. He's not a very good baker, but he's got a lot of ingredients, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
And I think at this point, he's sort of like looking around. Now, you guys have introduced yourself to him, so he knows your names and stuff. I've skipped over that, but he knows who you are, or whatever name you gave him, if you didn't want to give him your real name. And I think that he's starting to look around the room a little bit, and he's going, You notice something odd about all these guys? I don't like this, guys. I think we should leave."
You don't like
Let's
where
not
we're
all
at?
get up and leave at the same time.
He goes, "That's a good idea. Let's relocate." And he's sort of like just cautiously looking around the room. And can you all make another perception check? Yeah, so Lauren, I think you notice it first. The people in the room all kind of look the same. Like nobody in the room. Normally in a coffee shop, there's like a diverse group of people, right? Like it might not be like super diverse, like it's mostly gonna be white people getting pumpkin spice shit, but it's there's gonna be people who don't look like they're all related. These people look like they're basically all the same guy. They all sort of wear the same clothes. They have the same sort of build, and they're all guys. There are no girls in this thing. Not even like the people behind the counter.
I just say internally, holy shit, Han Solo season is spreading.
Han Solo? What?
Have you ever seen groups of girls typically around this season and what they wear? It looks a lot like the typical Han Solo garb.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. But yeah, it's all guys, and they all look. They're all basically wearing like a uniform almost. Like it's the same sort of getup. It's very well-formed black jeans, thick kind of sweater material, like sort of turtleneck sweater. They have blonde hair, sort of short cropped, and they all have like a very square jaw. They look kind of built. There are a lot fewer people than when you walked in. It's only maybe 5 or 6 guys. But there's nobody here now who looks not like that.
start staggering our way out, I would imagine.
Yeah. So who leaves first?
Maybe our associate.
Yeah. So I
yeah, I'd
think.
let him leave first.
All right. So yeah, you guys tell him to walk out, and he starts heading out the door, and you hear the ring, and he's out on the sidewalk, and he sort of walks across the street, and like ducks down an alley, but you guys track him and notice that he's still kind of there. He's like, I want you to come over here, kind of thing. He's standing there trying to not gesture, but like let you know that he's walking down this alley so you can catch up with him. Who's going next?
Patrick, you're the one that met him first. Why don't you go next?
Okay. All right. Roll luck save, Patrick. Yeah, so I think the guys in the room sort of start to stir a little bit as you get up, and like they're all looking at each other, and one of them gets up from his chair and starts to walk over to you guys. What do you do?
I'm gonna take a sip of my drink.
So I think he taps you on the shoulder from behind, Patrick, and he says, "Why don't you sit down? Enjoy your coffee."
I don't even like coffee, man. I just came for some water and some bread.
He goes, "Well, enjoy water and bread then."
But
You
I already did, man.
You should sit down.
I think we would, but we have a business arrangement we gotta get to. Got a jet.
Yes, you do have a business arrangement. A
Not
business
here.
arrangement.
We had a meeting to get to. Come on,
And
guys.
he leans. None of you speak Russian, right?
Nope,
nope.
only Latin.
He. So you might actually pick up a few of these words because it's Russian and Latin. They're kind of got some influences on one another. Enough that there's some borrowed words and stuff. But what you hear is him say something in Russian to his guys. That sounds to you like "Go shut the doors." And a couple of big burly guys get up and walk over to the front door, shut it, pull down the shades.
That's what's going on, guys?
It seems to me like you are trying to do job, yes?
What are you talking about?
I heard on telephone when you talk to little men who go over that alley.
We're here to do some baking. I mean, is that a problem?
And he leans real close to you, Patrick, like inches away, and he goes, "You are going to try to steal from me."
What are you
you
talking
baking?
about?
You are going to try to steal from bank.
No, baking. Would you like an example? And I just kind of pull out some of the brownies I made earlier.
How do you always have brownies? And he looks at the plate of brownie and goes, "I do not want your brownies. I am on diet. You are going to try to steal from me."
No,
Maybe.
we're baking. Like these brownies.
He goes, "Then why are you talking to bank thief and fake ID maker over there?"
He's a what?
He is bank thief and maker of fake IDs.
Well, shit,
He
guys.
told us about the guy that has baking supplies. We're trying to get some baking supplies.
Yeah.
Do you think I am stupid?
No, he told us he had special Swedish chocolate.
Is there a persuasion skill? I think there is.
There is persuade.
Yep.
Who is I think it's probably Patrick, because I think you came up with the idea that you guys are just bakers, right? So you're the person trying to persuade. You need to make a persuasion check. You guys can help him. You can do an
Against
assist.
what?
Charisma.
Against
I mentioned?
charisma. Yeah.
I have a -1 modifier to that. That's gonna go
Yeah,
great.
so you guys are probably going to need to help him. So why don't you guys roll the assists first?
What is this against?
Charisma.
So you can do a persuasion against your charisma skill. Yeah, so you get a +2, Patrick. Oh, you did it. Okay, I didn't even see it. Yeah, so I think he looks at you, Patrick, and he goes, I don't know what you're trying to pull, but that bank is under our protection. He looks over at you, Lauren, and he looks at the plate of brownies, and he reaches out and grabs one and goes, You should not bring brownies into place of business. That is rude. And he tosses it on the ground. And he goes, Get out of my coffee shop.
Will do, sir. Right away. Let's go, guys.
So you guys walk out the front door, and where do you guys head?
Could have just gone to the chain up the street, but no, you guys wanted to go here.
I
Fancy
didn't want to
place.
go here.
And behind you, the sign that we now see for the first time says Vasily's Coffee Shop or something. You know, a Petrov Coffee Shop.
Well, we didn't know it was under the control of the Russian mob until we were already in the coffee shop.
And I think over your shoulder, the camera, like, it's shallow focus, so that it's all fuzzy behind you, and then the focus shifts, and we see, like, on the sign on the door is in Cyrillic.
Well, note to self: before entering coffee shop for secret meeting, read sign to make sure it's not controlled by the mob.
Yeah. So where do you guys go? Are you walking over to where Carlos was, or are you walking back to
Yeah.
the ship? Yeah. So in the alley, when you walk over there, you see Carlos slumped against one of the walls. He's beaten and bloody. He looks pretty bad off. What do you guys do?
Fuck, we need to get him back to the ship.
Let's look around to make sure no other Russian people are around watching first.
Yeah. So you look back and forth. You don't see anybody even walking on the road anymore. Like, it's dead. There's no sound from people, which was different than what it was before. There were some people mulling around before you got here, and now there's nobody. It's very quiet.
Well, that's fucking ominous.
Dude, I'm calling peanuts when we get back to the ship. We're gonna need some fucking help.
Yeah.
on this
So
shit.
Carlos is coughing and he's sort of spitting up some blood, and he's like, "They beat it." Oh. And he like looks down and his leg's all screwed up. It's not like pointing in the right direction. I think they broke my leg, Pat. Oh.
I thought you didn't
Let's
tell
get-
me. Did you tell him your name?
I probably would have while we were back at the house.
Yeah, you did
Okay.
actually.
Or-
You said, "I'm Patrick. I'm working for Peanuts." At some point. So yeah, he's sort of like looking up at you, sort of not able to open his eyes really. His leg's pretty screwed up. What do you guys want to do?
Can we carry him back?
If you want to carry a beaten and bloody person through the city, sure.
Can we get a cab? Space Uber?
You could probably try. Yeah, I mean, if you want to call a space Uber and then have a witness to you carrying someone beaten, bloody through the streets, yeah, that's definitely something you can do.
Space lift. They're more likely to keep a secret.
Yeah. So I mean, do you want to try to move him, or maybe you should?
Let's look and see if we can set this leg that's bloodied.
Yeah. So who has tech medical and wants to make that roll? It sounds like Tacitus, maybe.
I do have tech medical.
Yeah. So go ahead and make a tech medical roll.
Is it against intelligence? Dexterity? I think dexterity makes the most sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. You could do either, whichever you prefer. Yeah, so you pull his leg straight. It looks like it was just dislocated at the hip. It hurts like a bitch. He screams very loudly. And looks at you and goes, listen. And he's like coughing up more blood. He's like, you need to get to the baker. His name and he's like struggling to like make words. He's also struggling to figure out what his name is. So 1 minute. His name is Corey Cook. He lives on, and he gives you the address. He sort of spitters it out. He goes, "Listen, I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna make it." And he coughs up more blood. Like, yeah, it's getting hard to stay awake. Just get to the baker, and make sure those Russian bastards pay for what they did.
This is just gonna be a fucking field trip through the tulips.
I say when we're done and we finally paid off Peanuts, we nuke the coffee shop.
I'm pretty sure nuking the coffee shop is like weapons of mass destruction are still a bad thing to have. Like
Hey.
people don't like that.
We can bribe a capital crime forgiveness for only 5,000 credits.
Yeah, that's not a capital. That's not a capital crime, man. That's like beyond capital crime. That's mass fucking murder. That's you can bribe it per count, right? So if you nuke a
5,000
city of
per
20,000 people, you're gonna need at least 1 million credits to bribe your way out of it. And buddy, you're gonna have a hard time.
Fine.
Let me put it
Small
this
split.
way: you can't bribe your way out of nuking an entire city.
Fine.
I'd just be fine. with coming
Targeted
back with some
cluster
spray
bomb
paint.
on that corner.
I just want some spray paint, and I'm gonna put a dick on their door.
Okay, okay. We'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, I think
Let's go to the baker.
Tacitus, as he's saying these words, you're trying to attend to him, but he's far gone. He's gonna die. What do you guys want to do?
Is he dead yet, or is he in the process of dying?
He is basically dead. He's not quite dead yet. He's only mostly dead, but he will be dead within the next minute or two.
Wipe him for prints.
Nah, let's just grab his wallet and make sure he can't be tracked back to his house.
Ice cold, ice cold. Yeah. So you grab his wallet. Roll 1d10, please. Yeah, you find like 80 credits in his wallet. Just add with him.
Sweet.
And there's an ID. It doesn't actually say Carlos on it. It says Robin Vance. Looks like it was a fake ID. And you find like some other just assorted stuff, stuff you'd find in a wallet. So nothing valuable though.
I take the wallet and I assume there's like a drain nearby. I'm just gonna throw it down the drain.
Yeah. Yeah, you toss it in some sewer somewhere and it's gone.
I say we also
yeah.
burn the body and make it unrecognizable.
We should have brought plasma weapons.
Dude, we are not burning a body in the back of an alley in a fucking town.
It's probably a bad call.
I mean, I do have this thermal pistol here. I should light them
No.
up.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, sometimes you're really fucking stupid. You know that?
Fuck this shit, guys. I'm going to the baker. I'm out. Fuck walking.
Fine. I'll join you.
Fucking set bodies on fire. God damn it.
But the pretty
All right.
lights.
First, you want to install a fence in a ship.
You mean a security system?
It's like, no, I want a fence, damn it.
I need shrubberies.
All right, so you guys, let's diagonal wipe ahead again. It's sort of heading towards the end of the day. It's like maybe 6 or 7 o'clock. You go to the place where, which Carlos gave you before he died, and there's this small house, sort of separated from everything else. It's in the bad part of town. Looks like it could be a meth lab. You don't know. You're standing at the sidewalk leading up to this guy's house. What do you do?
Go up and knock on the door.
Yeah, so some guy opens the door just to crack. There's like a chain lock on the door, and he goes, who are you?"
I'm a friend. I hear you have some potential baking supplies to make some Special brownies.
I don't know anything about cooking. I don't know anything about cooking nothing.
Are you sure? Our mutual friend Carlos mentioned you.
How do you know Carlos?
We know him through peanuts.
I don't like peanuts. I'm allergic to peanuts.
I don't like
Have you
peanuts
tried
either.
walnuts?
He goes, all right, you can come inside. Get in here quick. And he opens the door just a little, he shuts it, unlocks it, opens the door about 1.5 feet, just enough that you can slip in.
I go in.
Yeah, so when you get inside, you are overwhelmed with the smell of chemicals. There's ammonia in the air. There's just all sorts of just nasty smelling shit. It smells vaguely.
Smells like prom night.
Yeah, a little bit. It smells like bleach and chlorine and, well, I guess those are the same thing, but it smells like bleach and ammonia and just like every kind of gaseous chemical you can think of, you can smell. There's sort of this hint of cat pee in the air because of the ammonia smell. It smells awful. The guy's looking at you like, what, where's Carlos? I thought you said you knew Carlos.
We did.
Yeah, the Russians got to him.
Fucking Russians. Goddamn fucking Russians. All right. What do you need? What are you here for?
We either need some already pre-made or the materials to make some thermite.
Thermite. What do you need thermite for?
To complete a job for peanuts.
Are you talking about the bank?
Yeah, some C4 would actually work just fine. We don't need thermite.
Yeah, I think I can get you some C4. I don't make it myself. I can get you the stuff though.
All right.
And now it's time to get me put on a watch list. Hang on one second. C4 Wikipedia. Boom. Okay. Plastic explosive. It is. Okay. Okay, it is RDX. Yeah. So he looks at you guys and goes, "Listen, we're gonna need some plasticizer. We're gonna need some nitroamine, and we're gonna need some binder. I've got plasticizer and binder, but I don't have nitroamine. They don't let me buy that shit anymore. We're gonna need to make a stop at Home Depot, Space Depot, Space Home Depot. Yeah, Space Home Depot.
Do they sell it there?
Yeah, man. What do you think nitroamine is?
Some type of nitroglycerin.
No, man. It's fucking fertilizer.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I can pick some of that up.
Yeah. So you guys bring back how much? How much do you need? How much? You know.
Enough to take down 2 security systems.
That doesn't help me very much. How much do you need? Pounds, man. Pounds.
Let's say 10.
10 pounds of C. All right, I'm going to need three bags of fertilizer. You want the stuff with the highest nitrogen content you can find.
All right. Let me make a trip to Space Depot.
Yeah, so we won't make you actually go there. There'll just be a little montage sequence of you in Space Depot looking through the fertilizers, and you find the one with so there are 3 options basically. There's option number 1, which costs 100 credits a bag. It's got very very high nitrogen count, like so. I don't know if you've ever used fertilizer before. There are 3 numbers on it. There's nitrogen. Amine, so there's Na and something else, and I can't remember what the third one is. Fertilizer numbers. It has nitrogen, phosphate, and potassium. So N, P, and K. And you want the one with the highest amount of N in it. That's what he told you anyway. I don't actually know if that's what you actually need, but that's what I'm picking here. And actually, it's probably a good thing that I don't, because I don't want to tell people how to make bombs, generally speaking. So there are 3 bags. One has a really high amount, it's 100 credits a bag. One has slightly less, it's 50 credits a bag. And one has fairly little, and it's 10 credits a bag. What do you want to buy?
I'll get the 100 credit bags.
Okay, yeah, so you spend your 300 credits, knock that out of your wallet. And you head back to the house, having made a stop at Home Depot, Space Home Depot, whatever it's called. And you come back, and it looks like Corey has packaged up a few other things in your absence. It looks like the other guys have helped him. And there are a couple of small bags of other chemicals, which I will not mention the names of, because again, I don't want to help anybody build bombs. It's not super easy to build C4. It is a specialized skill, so I'm not super worried about it. Also, no one's going to watch these videos, so who cares?
Ooh, ice cold.
Ice cold. Yeah, so he's got a couple bags for you, and he goes, all right, so you bought the fertilizer. I don't need that now. You know how to mix this, right? Somebody?
Yeah.
Anybody?
I've done some baking in the past.
All right. Well, don't actually bake it. That's not how you do that.
It's
You
a
don't-
euphemism.
Yeah, I don't know what those are.
Is
Uh,
it?
Yeah, so you need to dissolve this in a solvent, and you need to do the whole 9 yards. This stuff right here, I can give it to you for 2,500 straight up right now. Feel me?
Yeah.
Don't haggle them. Just fucking do it.
2,500.
All right, someone needs to mark that out of their wallet. I think it sounds like Lauren is buying it, so.
Marking.
All right, so yeah, you guys can take this stuff back to the ship. You do have to assemble it. It's going to take a little bit of time to do.
Alright.
All right, let's figure out. So let's say you get back to the ship. Nobody knows you were there. You didn't fail your hidden luck check. So let's see. What kind of skill would make sense here?
Science?
Science. Well, I mean, like, science would be knowing how bombs work, like the chemical processes. This is more like military training almost. Like,
Almost like survival, maybe?
you know what? I suspect that survivalists probably know how to make C4, so I would say survival works. I don't know if you have, like, military training, like,
I mean, the only closest thing I can think of other than that would be some form of combat or
I would
excessive-
say, okay, you can pick, and they're
Criminal.
equivalent. Combat energy weapons. This is kind of like an energy weapon. Actually, I could say it's not a primitive weapon. There's no like combat explosives, which is unfortunate. I know that like grenades are considered primitive weapons because you throw them. So any thrown weapon is primitive.
This
I would-
unfortunately isn't thrown.
Yeah, but I'm going to make a judgment and say that primitive weapons means not just. Oh, that does make sense, though. They really used to be like combat explosives. That's some feedback I'm going to give to the guy at some point. I'm going to say that you can use your survival skill or. Yeah, I think your survivor skill or your tech pre-tech skill would be fine, too.
Survival it is.
Not pre-tech, post-tech.
Still survival.
Yeah.
I would imagine that being.
And yeah, you probably learned this like because you were like, your character is like he's an armsman, which I guess is like almost like a mercenary, right?
Yeah. Especially considering my training is that of an assassin.
Yeah, so you probably like learned this in survival school or something. Like you did some military training and learned how to survive in the wilderness, and this is what you learned.
Alright. I would imagine that
We're
would
back
be...
on the ship, right?
Yeah. So you guys make it back to the ship. You unload the cargo, and Lauren goes off into a corner of the ship to do some baking.
I want to call Peanuts.
Okay. Yeah. So you're at least one system over from him. Assuming he's still on Minutia, so you can send him a message, but he might not get it right away. Um,
The gist of it is the fact that we're not just stealing a bank from a bank of some small town, that the Russian mob's involved, and that the other guy he hired into the system is dead, and the Russians killed him, and they're onto us.
okay. Yeah. We'll see what he says in a minute. So it's going to take you a little while to make the C4, Lauren. Can you make your roll?
I'm assuming this against my int or
Yeah.
dex.
Int. You're not placing the bombs, you're making them. Yeah, so you aimed to get enough explosives to blow up two things, right?
Yes.
You wanted to blow up both the off-site thing and then something else. What was the something else?
The on-site one version. So basically both security systems.
Yeah, you only have enough for the off-site one. You lost a bunch of the badge. It's been a while. You lost a bunch in the badge. It's not. It's a little bit goopy, and so you had to throw a bunch away, and you can't recover it. So you only have enough to blow up the one or the other, but not both.
All right.
You got like 2 charges or something, but that you need 2 to blow up either one. So yeah, so I think that probably takes you like overnight, and it's the next day, and you get a response back from Peanuts about midday. You guys sort of haven't fully planned what you're doing yet, but you've made the explosives now. And the response is actually really short. It says, because you basically sent, looks like the bank is actually controlled by the Russian mob, and Carlos is dead, or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
Okay. So the first line is I know. The second line is who? Question mark. Then it's heart peanuts.
The guy, I'd send him back a message that another guy that he said you told him that he was supposed to do the same job as us, and gave me the fake paperwork for it.
Yeah, so I think you get a response back immediately because he's in system now, and he goes, "I didn't hire anybody else for this job. Like I didn't do that."
Plot thickens. I tell the rest of the guys on the ship that.
Yeah, and I think Clippy is trying to help you during this time. He's like, "It looks like you're writing a letter to the mob. Do you want help with that?" And it inserts some stuff at the end. It actually inserts the heart peanuts at the end, but it's heart Patrick. And we're gonna take a quick break on that note.
I might actually need to take like a 15-minute break because I got to run up the road real quick.
Yeah, let's do that. My voice could use a break. So,
Cool.
all right, 15 minutes. See you then.
All right.
All right, I think y'all have another 5 minutes, but who's back?
I never left.
I'm still here too, and for whatever reason, I'm reading through the 1d4 chain of Fatal. What the hell is this?
It is a game. It exists.
I lost at the quadratic equations to recalculate your ability scores. What?
So normally I'd be all about that game, except that the subject matter is
It's a little not good.
so like I would be all about that game because it has quadratic equations in it. However, the quadratic equations for your anal circumference, not okay with me. Anyway, I'm reading about C4 and probably getting myself put further up on the watch list. I actually Tim, Andre and Katrina were up today.
Oh, they're
So
up
we
there.
went,
Cool.
yeah, we went over to Aunt Alice and Uncle Gary's to visit with them, and Dad was talking with Uncle John about his pool problem because he took out the pool, right?
Yeah, I remember seeing that when I was up there.
Yeah, so he took out the pool, and he had a problem where the walls of the pool, which are made out of concrete, they're reinforced with steel, which makes sense because it's holding back water. It needs to be.
Yeah.
But he couldn't get the excavator that the guy had couldn't pull them down because they were too strong. And so he's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I got to figure out how to get rid of these things. And I'm like, I'm just gonna put this out there, just a suggestion. Debt cord. Or if that doesn't work, making C4 is not that hard. It's plasticizer, binder, and fertilizer, basically.
And if that
you make it-
happens, I'm flying up for the show.
Mhm.
On that note, if I remember correctly, you might have heard it today, just to be sure though. Aren't Mom and Dad starting their trip down Monday?
Yep,
Okay.
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
It's soon. I don't know if it's Monday or not, but
I'm fairly certain they're starting like Monday or something.
I think it's Monday, and then
I'm just trying to partially remember because they're supposed to be coming down like the first or something. I'm gonna probably be taking a half day that day.
yeah, I think it is Monday. Yeah, they're going. Yeah, because they're stopping in Baltimore first.
Yep, staying there for a couple days and then driving down.
Well, I think they're only going in Baltimore for like a day, and then they're going to Washington D.C. and then they're going down to Durham.
Maybe they are. I don't know entirely. I know they're planning to get the high plane. They're going to stop in the Triangle on their way by and drop
Yeah,
a
Mom
bunch
is
of
planning
shit
to
off.
make you a bunch of food.
Yeah, she keeps saying that. I I might mysteriously have low amounts of food because I know they'll buy it. That's that
Yes, game the system.
abso-freaking-lutely.
Oh man,
I mean, if they're gonna be paying,
I should make some C4, man. This thing looks cool.
on another completely side note, I am running through the StarCraft 2 campaigns in anticipation for November 10th, where
Alright.
I might take 4 days off to play Legacy of the
I'm
Void.
not gonna take. I don't want to like blow through it all. That'd be silly.
Well, part of the other reason is what else am I going to spend my PTO on?
Time after Christmas. It does. Some of it carries over too, as I recall.
Yeah, only 40 hours though. I still have all my personal days.
Oh, so you didn't take any days off?
Nope. The only days I'm taking off right now are for Jen and Mike's wedding. I'm taking 2 days off. I got 2 days off for the funeral because that they just gave me up to 3. I
Yeah.
took 2.
Yeah,
So-
'cause that's the bereavement thing.
Yeah. So I basically would have the equivalent of like 3 weeks.
It's not bad. Take a bunch of time off around Christmas. You probably can't get like 3 weeks in a row off, but basically like Thanksgiving, Christmas, take both of those weeks off. Now you have 40 hours coming into next year.
Potentially. I was thinking something along like maybe a week and a half, Christmas holiday area. Maybe take off the
Yeah,
Wednesday.
I actually know
for
because I know
Thanksgiving.
Vitter took like 2 weeks off or something. So you
He-
probably take.
He took off 3 because he also went to India.
Yeah. Well, so and that's I know that Reedy's taking 2 weeks off. That's what it is. When you're going to India, that's like they'll give you a little bit extra time, but like
Yeah.
you're not going to India. They don't want you.
No.
You don't want to take off like 3 weeks because you just lose context for everything.
Yeah, I didn't want to take off that much time anyway. I was intending to try and take some time off somewhere else, in part to burn it, if you will.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, just take some, just like learn the value of the mental health day.
I'm probably going to eventually start earning that. I'm still anticipating probably taking a day or 2 or 3 or 4 off around November 10th.
Yeah.
I,
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. I mean,
I mean, I'm probably going to be doing something similar. I'm going to take off my birthday.
we're gonna have to play the fuck out of Archon mode, dude.
Fuck yes.
Zerg, calling it now. Zerg, we're playing Zerg.
We can do Zerg. Might want to eventually also try a bit of Terran. I'm decent with the
I figure
Bioball.
we should just play everything. Like that's
Play
that's
random.
the nice thing about Archon is you just play everything, right? Like 'cause
Play
you got two
random.
people there. I want it to be like 3-person Archon mode. That would be sweet.
That'd be pretty awesome.
Because then you have one guy who's good at Protoss, one guy who's good at Terran, one guy who's good at Zerg, and
And then the other 2 will kind of just do like all the general macro stuff.
Yep.
Have maybe a micro guy. And then I'm good at pretty much everything, but I'm not amazing. Kind of like that middle of the road guy.
Mhm.
Like he
It
can
is,
be the scout. He's the scouting guy.
you're the guy who's going to do this thing. Well, it's going to be fun. There's that, and there's this commander mode. I'm happy they're adding all sorts of modes to StarCraft. I think it's awesome.
It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, I'm considering taking a couple days off for that. Because again, what else am I gonna spend it on? I don't go outside.
You might want to consider doing that every now and again.
I do when I go to and from work. That's enough sunlight for 1 week.
Oh, that's funny.
Whoa. I'm still partially reading through this fatal thing, and I just looked at the worst one yet. The magic system is split into various magics. One of the notable spells, force fart. Forces the
Yep.
target to fart.
No, it's
Obviously.
totally it's a pretty fucked up game. I don't
Oh,
recommend
yeah.
it to anybody.
I wouldn't either. This is the kind of thing that you would wish on your worst enemy.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dude. So Andre has a drone that is look up the Phantom 3 quadcopter.
Did he
this
get
thing is-
another drone?
Yes, this thing is fucking sweet. I'm gonna get one. That's how cool it is. It's basically it's a first person view drone, so it has a little camera on it that's on a gimbal, so it stays totally stable, and it flies from that based on that view. And he basically we're at Uncle Gary's, right? And this thing can fly up 1,600 feet in the air,
Oh, I've
can
seen
fly
these.
up to a mile away, give or take,
These
like a
things are
mile and
awesome.
change.
Yeah, I've seen these. These are amazing.
This thing cruises at like 30 miles an hour. He took it up like 500 or 600 feet, and we could see the ocean from Uncle Gary's house.
That's pretty awesome.
That is unbelievable. It is so fucking cool. I'm gonna get one of those this Christmas, and I'm
And-
gonna fly that thing around. It's gonna be awesome.
And on a completely side note, because I still apparently have this in my clipboard, when I went to go and look that up, I hit P instead of O. So it put in my the thing in my clipboard, which happens to be the link to the "You Suck at Cooking" thing I put into chat earlier.
I saw something about maple crystallized bacon, and I Alt F4'd in disgust.
Look up one of his other videos. It's just relatively funny.
Yeah.
It's never necessarily a good recipe. It's just you watch it because it's like, what the hell is going on? Such as baked jams with dill.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. Is it sad I can recognize that beat? Because that's almost always the beat you do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just making sure.
It's my internal beat. It's just that's the drums in my head. That's what they play.
So the first thing you need is yams. See that? What I did was
Just in case
cut
people
off
do
anything
watch
I didn't like.
this
Yeah,
for
I don't
some
like
reason.
You. Don't like you. Don't like you. The rest is cool. I'm just gonna cube these to some level of cubage. Pop, 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 pop. It's really important that you use avocado oil if you're also making this at my friend's house.
Oh man.
Sweet ass onion.
So far, I'm on nuclear watch lists. I'm on explosives watch lists. I think next up will be bio something or other. Some bioterror.
Go for
Action.
Anthrax. Anthrax is always a good candidate for that.
I feel like it's not a good game unless I end up on a watch list.
Onion and
Seriously
minced
though, all
sauce,
my
huh?
favorite stories so far basically involve watch lists. The new I told Dad the story about how you guys set up the nuke. He thought it was great.
Where I was just being a dumbass throwing rocks.
Yeah.
Good times.
I'm excited, yay.
Hard day. I'm not sure about this, but I'm gonna put in a little bit of minced garlic from a jar. Put in as much dill as you can
Let's
find.
see.
If you want to put in 7 or 8 kilograms of dill, just grab the nearest thing you can and start wang jangling this. Take a pan. Essentially, what you're trying
If you're
to
gonna
do here is
chew
like
with your mouth open, you should mute your mic while you do.
I didn't know it was that loud.
yam
It
jam
makes
or
me want
cram,
to tear my
several
ears
grams of
off
yam, but
and stomp on them.
I was distracted by the baked jams with dill. You suck at cooking episode.
less than a kilogram into the pan while sending a telegram of a sonogram exam by tram van to some of your fam, regardless of your plans, to let them know you're a really big supporter of everything they do. I really should have chopped this dill fine, probably. So now I just gotta like live with the consequences. Time to take a trip to the furnace. And we have the onion set to 375. Whoa, calm down. While that's baking, I just want to quickly show you how to identify a yam from the outside. Basically looks like that. A cool craft you can do for the kids is if you take a couple yam slices, make some strips, you can make some line designs. This, and it's like a pentayam, and then you can, you know, sing a little fun song.
Mighty Lord Satan, by whom all things are set free, I cast myself utterly into thine arms and place myself unreservedly under your all-powerful protection.
The outside basically looks like that. A cool craft.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
A cool craft you can do for the kids is if you take a couple yam slices, make some strips, you can make some line designs. This, and
I hate
it's like a
yams.
pentayam, and then you can, you know, sing
Just
a
keep watching. Just keep watching. It's a pentayam.
little fun
Penta?
song.
What?
You can tell this guy's serious because he's got a special yam cutting knife.
Hold on, I gotta get this started now.
Mighty Lord Satan, by whom all things are set free, I cast myself utterly into thine arms and place myself unreservedly under your all-powerful protection.
It's been like 35 or 40 minutes. And don't forget to turn off the onion. So you'll know these are ready when you like the way they taste. I really should have salted this beforehand.
I like that it
and
got on
also
fire.
should have added the pepper when it was in the bowl. We have some yams.
Don't forget
You
to
could just
turn
serve
off the
these in
onion.
a plate. So there's a lot you
told
can
you it's
do
great.
to really make this visually stunning. You don't want to clutter the plate, so like some minimalism is good. Contrasting shapes are nice, so I would just put a banana in here. From there, it's kind of nice if you have some like colorful ribbon. Take a pair of scissors, and then just take a nice contrasting color tape, like say black. Just slam some nice curly cues around the side of the plate. You can even use some black ribbon.
Black is beautiful. Black like your soul.
I've got a nice bow here, because anytime you make someone food, it's a gift. Take an egg carton. Whoa, there's a spider in here.
The ribbons are great.
We'll include the spider in the presentation, and that's kind of like a live exhibit. You draw a little face here. You put some pipe cleaners in. You got a nice caterpillar. And the cool thing about the caterpillar is it denotes freshness. So you can just have that guy hanging out.
He
He's
knocked
just
the
trying to look really
spider
good. Take the
into
whole
it.
plate and get some kind of like industrial sander, but just having a little motion. Oh, where'd the spider go? So I'm having a hard time
Cool
staying,
thing about a
so
caterpillar is it denotes freshness.
you keep your fork here as it comes around. Boom, it just goes right on your fork. See? It just goes to show that with just the most minimal effort, you can make something that's totally beautiful. Oh, man.
That's a thing that exists.
Yep. It's similar with the maple salmon thing. It's that same kind of bullshit.
I'm watching the one about Greg's bean dip. The
Kidney
Gregulator.
beans. Kidney beans might look good. Okay, now I gotta watch the bean dip one. That looks like a dick.
You're good at cooking and you're totally cool. Today we're making Greg's bean dip. This is a recipe that was given to me by my friend Greg. Greg is also known as the Gregulator, and if you fuck with his recipe, he will show up to your house and he will scream at you at the top of his lungs, so you've been warned. Greg says dice an onion, we're gonna dice an onion. Boom! Wash and drain a can of black beans. If you take some black beans and put them on your cutting board, and you hum a frequency and touch the cutting board, the vibration will transfer to the board and show you the pattern of the sound wave, like this.
It's all about cooking the ever-living fuck about everything.
Yep.
Shaky's
Oh, that's
really
great.
interested in what's going on here. Hey, buddy. Now Greg says to saute the onion. If I can quote his text message, he said it's all about cooking the ever-living fuck out of everything. So,
The message from his dad is great.
oven.
I think you
onion.
need to become a little more
Speaking of
creative
the
in
F
terms of
word,
your
I got
salty
a,
language.
voice
You know,
message
start
from my
working in a
dad,
few other
the other
words.
day that I'd like to play
You
for
know,
you.
he's kind of from Michigan or something, and he's like, hey, try to use some more salty words, like instead of just fuck, maybe throw in a cunt in there. Who knows?
More to it. It's kind of gratuitous in the circumstances.
Jesus, Dad, why don't you stop busting my fucking balls on the internet? Let's remember, Dad, you're the person who once said, Mel, could you check in the Google? But you know what? I am going to take your advice, and I'm just going to incorporate swear words from your era. I think it's like probably the 20s. If you ask me, this is a bunch of flapdoodle. The jabbers! These onions look like they're coming along nicely. Let's throw the beans in. That sizzle tells you it's cooking. And I've gone ahead and friggin' burnt this. I've had enough of this taradiddle. Add a teaspoon of cumin, garlic. Don't waste your time chopping. Buy this shit. Brown sugar, and some pepper, and some salt. After the beans get all nice and toasty, add a healthy amount of your favorite hot sauce and some water to make it all soupy. Sounds good. Here's some hot sauce. Golly gee, I'm not sure if that constitutes soupy. So Greg says, after the water reduces a bit, making everything all mushy, cut up cubes of cheese, which are then melted within it. Greg didn't specify the cube size, so I went with some 2mm cheese cubes and
2mm
some
cheese
5mm
cubes.
cheese cubes as well. And I threw in some 17mm cheese cubes, and I also threw in some 38mm cheese cubes. So hopefully we covered the bases here.
38 cheese cube.
Clearly made these cubes too big. It's a bunch of cod swallow. Cumin makes everything so awesome. So there's one final instruction. Pour everything into a pie tin, put it on 300 degrees in the oven for a bit with some cheese on top. Delicious, says Greg. But you know what? To be honest, it is complete like this. You don't need to be all fancy and shove this in an oven and pretend you're Martha Stewart. You can... Hello?
What do you think you're doing?
Greg, calm down.
Don't fuck with my recipe.
It's already full flavor.
Not fuck with my bean dip.
Let go of my camera.
Not fuck with my
Bean dip, it's not mean dip. Unless I punch you in the face with it, then I'd call it mean dip. Throw it on the floor, you can't call it clean dip. Put some bleach in it, you got pristine dip. Bean dip, it's not green dip. Tilt the bowl to the left a bit and you can call it lean dip. Don't tilt it too much or you'll get it on your jeans dip. Make it disappear, you got the prestige dip. Hike up a mountain with it, then you got serene dip. Let it live its life, don't intervene dip. Put it on an aeroplane, and take it on a bean trip. Throw in some sweet chromosomes, you got good genes dip. Bean dip, it's not sardine dip.
This one should be good. Grilled cheese.
You suck at cooking, yeah, you totally suck. Hello, my name is Pimblocto, and
I think Butch may have been waylaid.
No worries. I'm just gonna keep watching more of these. Cause oh god, this is good. The grilled cheese one is a good opening. I don't know what's happening.
today we are going to be cooking grilled cheese with pesto on bread. Delicious bread.
Dude, episode 2 is tuna.
I've already watched that one. It's not bad. He throws in a random ton of shit, but it doesn't look too bad.
We're going to use coconut oil on the bread instead of butter because it's delicious and awesome and it tastes good. Let's get this jar open. Use your magnetospheroscope to open the jar. Good job, everybody. Simply use the knife to spread some coconut oil. Okay. Time to go old school, bitches. If anyone judges you, tell them to go fuck themselves. We are aiming for homogeny here. Homogeny is a beautiful thing. If only I had the capacity to understand what beauty is. Now that's looking great. Great job, everybody. Now let's shred some cheese. Simply grab your grater in one hand. Grab the cheese. Aw, fuck. That's the wrong side. There we go. Cocksucker. Good job, everybody. Now let's get some pesto onto the bread. Use your magnetospheroscope again.
I'm back,
All
sorry.
right, we're ready to cook.
It's okay, we've been watching You Suck at Cooking on YouTube, which is pretty funny. So, let us return to the business at hand. I believe we left off with you learning that Peanuts claims that he never hired anybody else but you for this job, and also that he knew that it was controlled by the Russian mob.
Which I would immediately go have a little meeting with the other two and let them know that something horribly fishy is going on.
So yeah, what do you tell him?
Apparently Peanuts didn't hire anybody else. I have a feeling that obviously somebody's onto us. Why that guy would say he knew Peanuts, that Peanuts told him that he was doing the same job, something's horribly fucking wrong.
Yeah, probably. But knowing frickin' Peanuts, he's not gonna let us just walk away from this bullshit.
This is nuts.
So yeah, what do you guys want to do?
How much explosives do we have?
You have enough to blow up. You have 2 charges, which is enough to blow up the offsite thing, or blow through a wall at the bank, or you can blow through like one thing.
I like the bank wall idea, but do we actually need to do that?
Well, if we do that, we're gonna have every cop in the system on our butts. Do we really want to have every cop in the system on our butts?
No.
Is it possible we could cut the power some other way to one of the two sites?
What if we took the C4 charges? Could we realistically put a timer on it so that we set it somewhere?
You
where
can
will
make it
blow
a
up?
remote detonation. Yeah, you could
Okay.
make it so that it's easy. The detonator part is easy. It's the mixing of the chemicals, getting the right ratios for stuff. That's hard.
We could always set the explosives up at the off-site one, blow it. That will black out the cameras for the primary site. But even if we do that, I'm not even worried about the cops at this point. Fuck the cops or the renegades. What about the Russian mob? Because they already are on our ass about it.
If we had enough explosives, I would have gone and said we could also blow up their coffee shop for being dicks. But we don't, unfortunately. Perhaps we can make use of the explosives in another way. In this instance, place it somewhere in the bank at night and not set it off and not get caught. And then the next day, you, Patrick, will walk into the security vault area. And while you're in there, we'll set off the explosives. And during the chaos, you'll take the box and run.
I like
So-
that plan.
We blow up the building he's in.
A different side of the building, but yes.
I like that plan.
The plan has some ups. It's got some downs too.
Okay. What are you thinking might go wrong?
I don't know. Blowing up a building with someone we have in it that we know seems a little dangerous.
So one thing you should know about C4 is it is a very controlled substance. In as much as it is easy to direct its blast in any number of areas, you can shape it very easily. And so controlled blasts that would do harm to some things but not others, totally reasonable. C4 isn't like in the movies where it's this big, fireball, right? Like that's not how that works. It's a very controlled, very fast, relatively speaking, blast compared to something like Ampho or a gasoline bomb.
Yeah, think of it almost like a claymore, but explosives.
A claymore is C4. So
Is
it's made from C4 that's shaped. So there's a piece of metal on the back, you put C4 on the front, the metal directs the blast towards your target.
All right then.
So we don't put it near like a load beam or something. And
Yeah,
we'll
if,
be okay.
if you wanted to use C4 to cause a distraction, you would maybe put it near windows or desks or where people congregate. It would create a lot of chaos. It would blow up and create a lot of shrapnel, probably kill a bunch of people, but it probably wouldn't break the building. So the building would be okay.
What if we did it on the roof? We just need a big boom or something to make people go nuts. I'd rather not kill people if we can help it.
Yeah, I really don't want to kill people either.
There's a number of things that you can do with C4 as well. Like a classic thing that you can do is put it on gas tanks of cars, and that will create a lot of fire, a lot of explosion, but a small amount will go a long way because it'll just be enough to ignite the gasoline in the car and blow up the gasoline in the car. Basically, you'll destroy the car, but as long as nobody's in the car, you're fine.
I kind of like that idea. We can make sure no one's around when we set it off, and we can kind of time it right. We can even make it a car we randomly lift off someone off the streets, and we just blow it up.
I think
Fuck it, let's roll the dice. Let's do it.
if you were going to blow up cars, you have enough to probably blow up 5 or 6 cars, not just one. I mean, you have probably, let me put it this way, you have about a pound of explosive. You wanted to get like 2 or 3, you ended up with a pound. So.
All right. So does that seem like a good idea?
You want to put this explosive how close to the bank?
I would think either on the same side of the street or across the street, something like that. We want it close by enough so people will freak out a bit and want kind of go into the chaos with it, but not necessarily get hurt.
Okay, what's the getaway plan like? Like, is he just gonna run out the bank and hop in a car? What's the deal there?
We could potentially do that. My main thought and idea of it was while everyone's freaking out, Patrick can just grab it and walk out while everyone's distracted.
Somebody needs to stay back at the ship and have it prepped to go at a moment's notice.
That should probably be you, Tacitus, since you are the navigator.
That makes sense.
And then if we decide we want to go with a getaway vehicle, then I should probably be the driver and Patrick should be the one getting the box since he's the one technically with the box already in there.
What if they don't let him just walk out? That seems...
That's the point of the
Awesome.
explosives. They're gonna be distracted by the explosions, and they're hopefully not gonna notice.
Seems a little risky. What if they do notice?
Patrick books it, gets in whatever vehicle we have, and I floor it to the ship, and then we immediately take off.
It's risky.
Every plan we could potentially come up with will be risky. I think this is a pretty good chance of succeeding.
So we're not gonna worry about the security camera?
I wouldn't be superbly worried about it. They're going to think of him as Ethan Foster or whatever his fake ID is.
Yeah, but he can't change his face.
Are we ever planning to come back to this world, to this rinky-dink town?
I mean, it is Coruscant, so it's not an unpop. It's like you might be back on this world, probably not in this town. But then again, I might be an asshole and make you come back to this town. Who the fuck knows?
Well, part of the problem already is even if we try and steal it some other way, the moment we scan the card, that's identified with his fake ID. They'll pick it up that it was his card that got scanned to go through the door.
Mm-hmm.
The only way we could circumvent that is by physically blowing a wall into the side of the bank, grabbing the box and running. But that's going to also focus all the attention on the explosion, which we're going to be right next to. And even then, there's likely cameras inside that general lock safe area. So they'll still see his face. I say
I can't exactly walk into a bank with a mask on before I already have the box.
you might be able to go and get away with maybe having a mask in your pocket. That might help.
But
But
what if I just get like a fake beard or something and put that on?
You were already there without a beard, though.
it's been like what, 2 days? Give it another day or two, and his beard could theoretically grow to an absurd amount. It's feasible.
I'm on human growth hormone.
Yep,
Beard growth hormones?
absolutely. It's Rogaine for the face.
So what's your plan looking like so far? Like, give me the short version.
Pretty
like,
risky.
So let me go with this approach. Ocean's 11 this for me. Like, explain what your plan is as if you were performing it.
As far as
We need a bag man. Oh wait, I'm the bag man.
you're the bag man.
So it sounds like you're the bag man. It sounds like Lauren is the getaway driver. It sounds like Tacitus is the ship pilot getaway driver. And my understanding is that you want to like create a distraction using the C4 to blow up some cars or something.
Yep.
That's going to attract attention away and divert attention away from the bank and onto the chaos in the street.
while Patrick is already inside the vault area.
And then Patrick grabs the case that he needs, goes in or comes out in the ruckus carrying the case.
Yep, gets in the car and we drive away. And hopefully during the ensuing chaos, no one will notice that he walked out with it.
Okay. So, and then the plan for dealing with the cameras is just to ignore them, basically. And Patrick's on camera, but the idea is that nobody knows who he is because he used a fake ID.
In part. I mean, we could bring in a mask if we wanted to, but that doesn't eliminate the part of him walking in earlier. I mean, we could potentially have a series of explosions set up. So we could do one, everyone starts freaking out. Patrick walks in with a mask, scans in, grabs a box, walks out, and during that time, while in the car, periodically setting off more explosives to continue distractions.
Okay, so the idea is that you're going to rig up a few cars and basically create a lot of chaos by blowing up cars in succession.
Potentially. That's one possible option. What do you guys think about that one?
I like that. It's not bad.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay. So it sounds like the first part of this plan is having cars that you can blow up, right? So you need to set the charges on cars.
Yes. I think we might be able to go and get away with maybe setting up the charges off-site on cars and then driving them into place, potentially.
Okay, so then the first problem is to get a bunch of cars.
Yeah. It's either that or we can try and do it at night or something when no one's around. The problem is we'd be doing that right across from the police station and the bank, and they're likely going to have cameras pointing outside.
And I don't see a whole lot of cars at night.
Yeah, there's going to be
too.
like a couple of cars, maybe some cop cars.
That too. So, yeah, first problem. Perhaps we should, since we're robbing a bank anyway, perhaps we should just five-finger discount a couple cars.
Is there a used car lot nearby?
I don't know. Is there GM?
Nearby to the ship or nearby to the bank?
Reasonable area, period. Just some, if there's a used car lot, maybe near the bank.
There's probably a car lot somewhere, yeah. Used or unused, who knows? Go ahead and roll a navigation check against your, I don't know, intelligence. Sounds good. The nearest one is 30 miles away.
Well, alright. So, potentially take a few nights, go around to a few houses, very subtle-like. And
Then we're going to have a problem with storing these cars. It might be easier to just take the charges and like get magnets on them and just stick them underneath the cars during the day while they're parked out front.
that actually seems reasonable as well. Just kind of have it set up and ready to go and just stick them underneath.
Yeah, you could probably buy those materials, the magnets and stuff for, 100 credits or something.
Do we even need that? Perhaps we should use space duct tape instead.
Yeah, whatever materials you want to use to stick them to the car, unless you already have it, it'll be about 100 credits.
I'd
I'll
go
buy
with
that
magnets. They're quicker.
Alright. We'll go with magnets then.
Okay, yeah, so someone can pay for that.
I did.
Okay. Yeah, so you have enough. Go ahead and roll 1d3. Somebody. You can blow up 4 cars.
Okay. So, with that in mind, one, we should definitely space them out a bit. For the explosions, I'd say maybe one every 15 to 20 seconds at most. So you'll have about a minute from the first charge going off, and then once you get in, we can set off the last one as a final distraction.
Do you have tactics, Lauren?
I do. I have a lot of tactics.
Can you roll your tactics, please?
I would assume against my int.
Yeah. Yeah, so you know that 15 seconds in between each explosion will probably give him on the order of 2 minutes in which to try to actually break this thing out before people sort of return and understand that nothing's going wrong. Like it's all stopped and everything's okay. And no one's hurt, assuming no one gets hurt.
Do you think you can pull that off, Patrick?
I would say, let me get into the vault and start working on it, and don't blow the cars until I already have the box out.
Alright. I am sure we can do that.
Are you going to be able to sneak some tools in?
That would be a DM question. I have my arm that I could use to.
It's true.
Hold on.
What does that arm
Had to
give you,
pull up.
actually?
Wait, what about your arm?
I
He got some
lost it.
cyber. Yeah, so you weren't here for this. So the last week, and so here's the little. We come back from commercial break, and in between, there's been some like last time flashbacks. Maybe we're like looking at a dream sequence kind of thing for Patrick, and it's Patrick's in this long hallway, and there's a bunch of these little asshole-looking dinosaur things chasing him. And they chase him into this room, and his arm gets caught out as he's trying to throw an explosive into the middle of them, and they all spit some acid on it, and it just melts off, and he's missing an arm. And he sort of falls slumped against the other thing and passes out for a while, and he wakes up in the start. And then we fast forward back to where we are.
Which,
So-
left or right?
My left arm.
Left arm.
Close enough.
And then he wakes up and he's looking at his arm, and it's cybernetic and all metally and stuff. And it's got some cool like wires that are like overlapped. It's like a net of wires, and a couple of little electrodes pop out of his fingers and wiggle a little bit as we go back to whatever else was happening.
Yeah, it says its intended use is also allows the user to override and disable most electronic locks and security systems with a successful security skill check.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, these things are probably electronic in nature. Like, the locks on them are probably electronic in nature. So, your security is a 0. That makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that if you wanted to get past the box, you could make a security check to do that. And, I mean, it would be a security check anyway. It's just a lower difficulty with the thing. Does that make sense? Like it would have been because you would be picking the lock, and now you're not picking the lock. You're just putting your hands on it and telling it what to do. If you wanted to try to disable other security systems, that would be harder, but you could still do the same thing. I think, anything involving a computer, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like you have a plan for that. What we can do once you have the box in hand, we can start the set of explosions. I'll space them out 15 seconds apart. On the second explosion, I think you should go and move out and try and get into the car. Because hopefully by that time, for the first explosion, most people will have gone out to see what's going on or tried to run away or what have you. And by the second one, they'll go and start looking for the next one and run away, hopefully even further. Hopefully leaving you a relatively clear path to go and get through.
I like this plan.
Do we have radios and stuff?
Yeah, you have your phones and like Bluetooth.
Okay. I think this is a reasonably solid plan.
Let's establish something now. Can one of you make a navigation check against your wisdom? You
I
can
guess
elect.
that'd be me. I think I have the best navigation. It's only 0, but
What's your wisdom bonus? Out of curiosity.
my wisdom is 9. So I think that's a bonus of 0. I believe that's the second column.
Yeah, you'd be even in that instance. Okay.
All right, I'll just go for it.
Yeah.
It will take 20 minutes to get from the bank to the ship.
All right. So drive real nice like.
No speeding.
No speeding.
Ditch the space brownies.
We'll leave him in the ship. All right. Sounds like we got a good plan. Yeah? Everyone agree?
1, 2, 3, go team.
It's certainly a plan.
Okay, Tacitus. Comments?
I can't think of a better plan though. So
All right.
It's just like your opinion, man.
Shut up, Donnie.
All right. So, Tacitus, you will be here having the ship prepped, ready to go as soon as we get back. Because as soon as we get there, we're likely going to want to just be right off the ground.
okay, agreed.
And then me and Patrick will get there maybe a tad bit early. We'll set up all the explosives, make a loop or something, come back around and start on our mission.
All right. So let me make sure I understand the plan fully. You are going to go there, midday?
Yeah, it's probably sometime midday or something.
Okay, so you're there midday,
Lunchtime. Lunchtime.
lunchtime. Okay.
Good idea. More chaos during lunch, more people.
Yeah, so you go in there around lunchtime, like 12:30 local time. You're going to put up to 4 explosives on cars, and then Patrick / Ethan Foster is going to go into the bank, into the vault, begin working on extracting the safe deposit box that you guys need to target. He's going to talk to you during this time using his Bluetooth.
Yep.
Or whatever, space tooth. And when he has the box, he is going to radio you and try to have you detonate the bombs or start detonating the bombs.
Yep.
And then you're going to be parked where, Lauren?
A little away, not right next to the bank, but basically the next building over.
Okay, so yeah, like maybe like across the street and down a little ways.
Yeah.
Okay. And then once he has the box, you're going to keep blowing up things, every 15 seconds apart or so. And then once he has the thing, he's going to run out and get in the car, and you guys are going to book it.
Pretty much.
Okay.
And we're going to set the explosives a little further ahead so when he comes out, they'll be looking the other way.
Okay, so that recap, let's say that recap is sort of like, that's the scene that leads up to this, right? Where everybody's like, all right, this is what I'm going to do, and it's sort of Ocean's 11 style, right? Like you're seeing the sort of image of them walking through these different places. Now let's have the next phase of the Ocean's 11 thing where things start to break. So day of, wipe across the screen, and we have down at the bottom 12:32 local time, Beach Castle City, Kenseco, Balestero, Kenseco. And we see Lauren and Patrick in a car, and split screen, we see Tacitus doing some work very diligently at the controls, preparing for liftoff, going through all the work with the gates and so on, all the pre-flight checks, what have you. We see Patrick get out of the car and start walking towards the bank. And Lauren, you go park the car where? So when you park the car, what can you see? What do you want to be able to see?
I want to be able to see the police station and the coffee shop on my right, and the bank on my left. So For your reference, Joe, because I know you'll be able to recognize it. Imagine you're coming up through Bellingham Town Common via 1972. So you'll see the banks on the right and the common on the right. And
Yep.
then
No, I know where you are.
that kind
Um,
of line up, if you will.
Okay. Yeah, so okay. So Patrick, you walk in. There's not a lot of people here. There's only like one teller and the bank manager, who sort of like waves at you and says hi. There's the guard here as well. The guard is actually he's standing in front of the vault, but he's got like a drink to his side, just like a little soda or something, and a half-eaten sandwich next to him. It's otherwise pretty dead, and yeah, you walk in, they kind of greet you, and what do you do?
What you eating there, buddy?
It's just a tuna sandwich, sir. It's just lunch. I got stuck with the bad shift this time.
Oh, that's too bad. I'm actually looking to get into my safe deposit box today. I got my little tag.
Oh, sure, sir. Just go ahead and head right in. And he just sort of steps to the side and lets you in.
Okay. I'm gonna swipe my thing and go in and do my thing.
All right. 1 second. I'm gonna pull something up here real quick. I need. Sci-fi sounds good.
You're getting music for this, aren't you?
I am.
Knew it.
I need.
Fucking Mission Impossible theme.
Actually, that's not a bad idea, right? That's a little bit loud. Did you guys hear that when I did that?
Negative.
Nope. No.
Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, let's see if this works. I have no idea how loud this will be, so might want to pull your headphones away. A little quiet for me.
That's all right.
Oh, control.
Okay, so you guys,
It wasn't too loud.
I can't hear you.
I think.
how's that? How's that?
That's much better.
Better.
I think maybe this master is that. Did it get louder for you?
No, it got softer.
Fine right now.
Right now it's good.
How's that?
This is fine.
Okay. Yeah. So we see Patrick walk past and go into the vault. Do you walk towards your thing, or
Walk right up to the one that I'm gonna steal.
do you have anything with you besides your person?
Just my person and my arm.
All right. So yeah, you're on the comms. You start going in to hack the thing, and you walk up to the box, and yeah, you start hacking at it. You don't you just put your hand on it, I guess. What does it look like?
The way that the thing makes it sound like my hand shoots a little electrical charge. It's a lock, and that's what disables it.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you start doing that. Can you make a security check and make a luck check as well? A luck save and a security check, I mean. Yeah, so the guard leans in and says, "Sir, that's not your box. But what are you doing?"
What? This
Yeah,
isn't my box.
I saw
You're
you
right.
on the cameras. It's not your box.
You're right.
You know that from your quick interface that it's going to take about 2 minutes to crack the box.
I head over into my other box and start messing with that, so the guard will leave me alone.
Okay. Yeah, so I think now we're split screen with Patrick walking around saying, "Oh, sorry," and walking towards your box, and we have Lauren on the other screen. What are you saying to the team as you do this?
Keep it cool.
What do I say, or what does he say?
Yeah, what do you say, Patrick?
Whisper into my microphone. You may want to blow one. The guard's already on me.
Alright. And I go and I blow one of the closer explosives.
Yeah, so you hear this massive sound, and Lauren, you see this big fireball because you put it on the... I forgot to actually make you put these things on there, but that's okay. I'm going to assume that you did. I'm not going to make you do checks for it now. But yeah, you put the bomb on there, and it blows up in a big fireball. The camera sort of zooms forward from you, and we see the reflection of the fireball. It passes right through the fireball. And we see the reflection in the window of the bank, and the teller and the bank manager's eyes gape open. The guard looks to his side and goes, "Holy!" and staggers himself. Patrick, the camera follows past the guard and towards you. You hear this explosion. What do you do?
Get right back to work, ripping that box out as fast as I can.
Okay, so you walk around, and I think the guard's he's not super well trained, so he's gonna run out and see what he can do to help. So there's nobody guarding the. Hang on. I don't like that sound.
Please state your name for the record.
There we go. We have the guard running out to see what's going on, and I think you hear someone else run out as well, but you're back at the thing trying to hack it. Lauren, it's probably been about 30 seconds. You see two people run out of the bank. It looks like a guard and a smaller woman. Maybe no more than 5'3", 4'4", kind of portly as well as the manager, but you don't see their manager run out. What do you do?
I wait a tiny bit longer while they go and get to the area where the car that blew up was, and then I blow another charge further away so no one gets hurt.
Yeah, so you blow up another charge. Can you make a luck check?
Yes.
Yeah, so that passes. There's a bug in the thing. Yeah, so nobody's injured by it or anything, but they are again shocked, and the bank manager's now run to the front of the bank. You can see him, and he's staring at the different explosions, and turns around and runs back into the bank towards the back of the bank. It's been probably about a minute now. Well, it's more like 40 seconds or so. What do you want to do?
I want to wait and talk to Patrick and ask, how we coming, Patrick?
I don't know. How am I coming, GM?
You've got, like I said, it's going to take about 2 minutes. So you're about halfway done, a little under halfway done.
Still working on it.
Alright, I'll save the last two. One for when you start running out, and the last one for when we're leaving.
So the next thing you hear, Lauren, is some shouting from the police station, and a siren off in the distance of like a fire truck.
Please state your name for the record.
Alright.
Daniel Ocean.
Yeah, so another probably 20 seconds pass, and you see that the bank manager is running forward again, but not towards the door of the building. He's running towards the vault. Can you make a perception check, Lauren?
Yep. That would be against...
I'm gonna say wisdom. That's like your awareness skill.
Okay.
Yeah, so all you see is that he's running towards the vault.
I blow a third charge.
He staggers for a minute, maybe 10 seconds or so. Enough time for you to say something, but he's still running towards the vault.
Patrick, you got incoming.
Now, the camera is sitting behind Lorne, and it zips past the bank manager. Everything's sort of frozen while this happens, and we see as we come in that no one can really see through the door to see where Patrick is, but and the cameras are sort of like shaken and falling, like the little monitors for him have fallen over, and it doesn't look like the bank manager is going to look at them, so he can't see you necessarily, but he is coming in the vault. It looks like he's running in there with some specific purpose in mind. What do you want to do, Patrick?
Would it be possible for me to hide, like, in a corner by the door so that when he comes through it, I can surprise him and try to knock him out?
Yeah, I mean, you're already kind of in. You're in the.
Lockbox room?
Brain. Yeah, you're in the lockbox room, and they were like, it's easy to hide in one of the little corridors. I wish I had thought of this before. The music stopped, and that's what.
Threw you off?
Yeah. Yeah, so it's easy to hide where you are. You can just come up against a closer wall, and then when he comes around, assuming he does, you will be able to capture or like attack him. You basically will make an unarmed attack.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make a stealth check.
Against dexterity?
Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yeah, so I think that he hears you kind of crash against the other wall, and he hears you like sort of bump up against it, and he knows somebody's there. You hear the click of a handgun, like being cocked, and he's holding it out in front of him as he kind of comes around the corner. He knows somebody's there. Can you? He's going to attack you. So can you roll initiative?
Why is he gonna attack him?
Well, he's figuring that someone's trying to rob his vault.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you get to move first. Go ahead and make an unarmed attack if you want to try to disarm him. Or what do you want to do, I should say.
So another function of my prosthetic arm is I can roll an unarmed attack. It does 2d4 non-lethal damage to those struck. So I'm assuming I can use that to, like, as a stun gun, basically?
Yeah, basically.
Man, I should lose my arm.
You can actually get that without losing your arm. That's not part of the prosthetic. He bought another thing called a eel skin capacitor mesh. Yeah, so go ahead and roll your unarmed attack. You
Fuck.
He had a 7 AC, but that wouldn't have helped you. Or I'm sorry, 9 AC, but that wouldn't have helped you. So you reach out with your arm trying to zap him. He sort of pulls back. He's actually pretty quick. He shouts something at you in Russian and shoots. What's your AC? You're not wearing any armor, right?
I have a combat field uniform.
Yeah, it's no armor. You're not wearing your woven armor, right?
I have an AC of 4 right now with the combat uniform.
That's what you're wearing?
Yes.
Actually, that's a good question. You guys took your guns with you? You didn't actually tell me you did, so...
I didn't, and I would assume that if I'm going to a fucking bank vault, I wouldn't be able to take my gun with me.
Yeah, so you don't have your gun. I'd imagine you can keep your armor. Lauren probably has his gun, since he's sitting inside the
car.
Like, the car. I like that you have other equipment brownies. And then obviously Tassus has whatever he wants, but... okay, so you have an AC of 4. He's using a plain old projectile weapon. He hits you. Let's find out for how much. projectile weaponry. He just has a handgun. Revolver. 1d8.
I'm gonna fucking die.
Oh yeah. So he caps you, and Lauren, what you hear is a gunshot, and then no response from Patrick when you call for him, and yeah.
Shit.
What do you do?
I set off the last explosive and go running towards the bank.
Okay. Now you don't have your you just have woven body armor. You don't have your assault suit on, right? Like assault suit, you would be noticed.
Yeah, I was gonna do woven body armor.
Okay. Yeah. So you run towards the bank. Can you make an athletics check?
I can. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, it's gonna take you about a round. Can you roll initiative?
Correctly, there it is.
So Tassus, you hear this too because you're on the same comm channel with them. What do you do when you hear the gunshot go off?
How's it going there, Lauren? What's the situation?
Looking into it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So you run into the vault. People see you run in, but they're not really paying much attention to you. You're just a random guy running around. There's a lot of people running around right now. You're coming around to the vault, and you see a portly guy shouting curses in Russian and looking around at what's going on. You see Patrick on the floor bleeding. He's been shot center chest, basically center mass, gut wound. He's bleeding pretty badly. What do you do?
I punched the portly guy in the face, trying to knock him out.
He's at the other end of the vault, so he's about 15 feet away. You're at the opening of the vault.
I charged towards him and attempt to punch him in the face.
Okay. Yeah, you're not going to get attacked first, so he's going to shoot at you. What's your AC?
5.
He shoots at you, but it whizzes past your ear. Go ahead and make your unarmed attack.
Which would be just basic attack, I would imagine.
It's unarmed attack, so there's actually you have an unarmed attack skill you need to roll against.
Ah.
Oh, so actually, you rolled the wrong thing, Butch. Could you re-roll? We need to retcon this. Hold on. You're not supposed to roll an unarmed skill check, I don't think. You make an unarmed attack, right? Roll as an unarmed attack. So you need to roll 1d20. So if at the top of your sheet there's that basic attack thing, you do a basic attack roll. And then you're going to fill in, as a bonus, you're going to fill in your unarmed skill. So for you, that's a -1. And then you're going to add his AC, which is 9, because he's wearing street gloves.
So the combat skill bonus would be -1.
Yes.
No attribute modifier, right?
It's going to be against your dexterity.
Okay.
So for you, that's a 0. Yeah, so you actually hit him. Can you roll 2d4? Yeah, so you don't actually knock him out, but he is hurt. And I guess well, actually,
it's been a glitch in the Matrix.
Hold on. Yeah, we have to retcon this a little bit because we did something wrong. Hang on. I actually didn't roll his... I thought I rolled his HP, but I didn't. Nope, you do knock him out. So, yeah, So, I guess what happens here is maybe it's like a bait and switch. Like, we hear a shot ring out as he falls, and we see some blood on the floor or something, but it actually turns out that, as he fell, he hit his head or something and was bleeding out. And we went to commercial on it looking like you died, and maybe Lauren got out of the car hearing the gunshot go off. But Lauren, you never ran in. You're still back at the car, and you never blew up that thing. Patrick is there, and we go to commercial on Lauren going, "Patrick, are you okay?" We come back, and Patrick's like, "Yeah, I'm fucking fine," and then we're back to hacking the thing. Sorry about that.
That's my bad. I didn't know.
Yeah. So the only time you roll against the actual skill is if you're answering like an intellectual question about guns. So, like, if you're trying to figure out, oh, what kind of gun is this, you might roll against your energy weapons or whatever.
Gotcha.
But most of the time when you're doing attacks, it's the 1d20 approach. So, yeah, so you're still hacking. It's been another few seconds. This guy is lying, sort of passed out in front of you. He shouted something in Russian before he went down. He's got a revolver at his side, and you see on his upper arm, because as he's fallen, like, part of his shirt ripped open, and there's like this tattoo that's like has a T and a P sort of overlapped with each other, and next to it is a big wolf, and it's all just black ink. It's not very well done, and yeah, you're continuing the hacking procedures. You got another minute or so because you got interrupted. So Lauren, you've heard the gunshot go off. You hear Patrick say he's okay. People are starting to look at the cars and notice that that there's nobody hurt or anything. They're just running around kind of panicked. What are you going to do?
I'm going to let them continue panicking for now.
Okay. You notice that, after another 15 seconds or so, you notice that the fire truck has arrived. It's starting to, like, firemen are trying to get out, and you're seeing policemen sort of run around and inspect the cars looking for people. A few of them are looking at the bank and sort of gesturing at it. What do you want to do?
Blow the last explosive.
Okay. Yeah, so as you blow the last explosive, a bunch of the police guys sort of duck, and, like, you actually still have one more after this because you never shot the last one because we retconned it. So you have one more.
All right.
So they sort of duck and turn around and look. Can you roll a luck save?
Yes.
Yeah, so roll 1d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you set off the bomb. Can you roll another luck save? Someone's getting hurt, but fortunately, it looks like it was, a cop that got close, and he was actually in the bomb squad, and so he was all suited up to basically be prepared to run in and help people. So he got knocked down by the blast, but not seriously injured. So another 20 seconds pass. Patrick, the lock clicks open, and you can retrieve the box.
I'm gonna grab that fucker and run out the door.
Okay. Yeah. So you pick it up, and it's you've dealt with a empty one of these before. It feels empty. It is very, very light compared to like what you might expect would be in one of these boxes. It's even lighter than yours, and yours just has papers in it. So yeah, you run out the door. Can you make an athletics check? Okay. Can you make...
I'm gonna fucking expert reroll that.
Okay.
Fuck me!
So can you make 4 luck saves? Yeah, you could stop after the first failure. So the police notice that you're running out of the building carrying one of these boxes. It's going to take you a while to get over there, maybe 50 seconds or so. Lauren, you see that he's coming out. He's kind of like he tripped over himself or something. He's hobbled a little bit. What are you doing right now?
I see him running out, and I set off the last explosive.
Yeah, so can you roll another luck save? I like luck saves. Don't know if you knew that. Yeah, so the last bomb goes off, and they are momentarily distracted again, but they do still notice that he's running towards something. He's running away from the bank, and he's got a safety deposit box in his hand. Yeah, and I think they probably also see like the wires and stuff from your eel skin capacitor mesh. Lauren, what are you doing now?
I am opening the door for Patrick so he can literally just jump in. At the same time, I'm also starting the car.
Okay. Yeah, so I think that they're going to take 2 shots at Patrick because you failed 2 luck saves and you had 1 bomb to make up for it. You have a AC of what, 4?
Yes.
They hit you twice. You take 4 damage.
Still dead.
Yeah, so they clip you once in the leg and once in the lower back, and you plop to the ground. You drop the case. You probably got about 3/4 of the way there before that happened. Lauren, you're in the car, and the safety deposit box slides right in front of you, like right outside your door, and Patrick is maybe 10 or 15 feet away. Not even that, maybe like 5 or 6 feet away. He's right at the end of the car. What do you want to do?
Just grab it and go, man.
Jump out, grab the case, throw in the car, and then run over and grab Patrick and throw him in the car, and then get in and drive.
Okay, make an athletics check. Okay, yeah, you basically run over, you pick up Patrick. Now Patrick's a kind of wiry guy. You're kind of a big guy. You basically just loop your arm under him and run, and just don't even notice that he's heavy, because you literally. Oh, you didn't quite double six that. You didn't boxcar it. So, yeah, you pick him up. You are just the slightest bead of sweat is on your brow as you get into the car,
bro.
and are you flooring it like through the cops, or are you going some other direction?
I'm trying to avoid the cops, but still get back to the ship.
Yeah, so I think you probably you back up in full reverse, just like blasting out, and you hear sirens behind you. You do like a J turn and shoot out the other way, and you're driving over to the ship. Now, I said it was 20 minutes away, right?
Yes.
Go ahead and let's see. You're going to make some evasion saves. That's, I think, the right thing to do here. Go ahead and let's make 1 evasion save for every 5 minutes. So make 1 evasion save. The police. All right,
that
man.
was anticlimactic.
So, Patrick is next to you. You're at how many hit points, Patrick?
-1.
Yeah, so you are bleeding. It's been 5 minutes. You have received no treatment. You are bleeding. You have 3 rounds, which is usually 6 seconds before you die. So, did you apply any first aid? I'll let you go back because I always forget the death rules. Did you apply any first aid, Lauren? Do you have any first aid?
I don't have a Lazarus patch or anything, if that's what you're asking.
So it looks like you're rolling up a new character, Patrick. Yeah, so if you don't get medical treatment within... I forget what the death rules are. Hold on. Death. Unit players... I don't need to deal with this. Player with 0 hit points is gravely wounded. No, that's not what I want. It's probably under the Lazarus patch stuff, actually. Exploration gear. Pressure tent, Lazarus patch, exit, tools of medicine. There it is. Lazarus patch. There it is. Vital tool for adventurers patch. If the patch is applied to a character that has fallen 0 hit points, make a tech medical against difficulty 6 to stabilize the subject. The more time, each round after the first, -1 penalty to the skill check. A patch is no use after 6 rounds, that's 30 seconds. Patrick, you are dead.
Sweet.
Rest in pieces. And
Wait, is his arm still good?
you cannot remove the cyberware from a dead character.
What?
You just can't. It's built into your brain, so you'd have to take apart his brain, and you would get the scrap metal from it, but that's it.
It sounds like a good side project, at least.
Let's just disassemble this corpse.
All right,
That
so
sounds like a great side project.
so Patrick's dead. He's sitting next to you, and he's dead. Do you have any last words, Patrick?
Long live Clippy.
Long live Clippy. All right. Yeah. So He says, "Long live Clippy," and the sad music plays. And actually, let me see if I have the sad music. Okay, sad dead character music.
Google knows all.
Let me go with this one. It's silly. Okay. Yeah, so this is playing, and all the other sound sort of drowns out as it is. And the next thing you hear is it abruptly stops with the sound of a car crash as one of the police cars pit maneuvers into you, Lorne. You are shaken by this hit, and your car is stopped dead. There's a policeman in front of you with his gun drawn saying, "Get out of the fucking car." What do you want to do?
Throw in reverse and floor it.
Okay, so go ahead and roll initiative.
Damn.
He's going to make a shot. Wow. You have 1d20. What's your AC?
5 right now.
He shoots his gun, but he's terrified. You do manage to throw it into reverse and start to drive away. Do you have a pilot skill for this? I'm sure you do. Yes, vehicle land. Can you make a roll against your vehicle land? And it's going to be dexterity. Yeah, so he's going to get one more shot off at you. And he misses again. It just pings into the car. Can you make another evasion save, please?
Yes.
So another car comes up alongside you, and it's blaring its horn and telling you to pull over. They shoot at your tires, which have... I guess you're moving, so that's going to give you some amount of armor. I'm going to say it's 6. But they don't manage to hit your tires or anything. They keep telling you to pull over. You keep ignoring them. Meanwhile, you have about 10 minutes to get to the ship. Are you trying to tell... are you trying to tell anything to Tacitus, who's trying to get the ship off the ground?
Tacitus, I'm coming in hot. The moment I get on the ship, fly. Don't wait, just fly.
You got it, buddy.
All right,
Good
make
man.
another evasion save.
God
Jesus
damn
Christ,
it.
dude. So, I think now there are several cars who have sort of caught up with you. One of them's one of those really fast cop cars. Cop hover vehicles, I guess. I don't know. And they are trying to get in front of you and box you in. And you're going to need to make another vehicle land check against your dexterity. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to give you all the opportunities, but you just keep failing. So yeah, these guys crash into your car. And start to slow you down forcibly. You do have your guns with you. What do you want to do?
I can't escape physically via my car.
I mean, you can try to floor it and make another vehicle check, but if you fail, they're going to stop you and probably kill you.
Thermal pistol is kind of like a handheld flamethrower, correct?
Let's look it up. I suppose it's under energy weaponry. It is thermal pistols. Thermal pistols and their larger two-handed plasma projector cousins replace the beam of a laser with a small sphere of magnetically shaped plasma. Spheres tend to dissipate at much shorter ranges than a laser beam, but do significantly more damage to targets within range and are not affected by ambient particulates. So, yeah, it's basically it shoots a little ball of plasma. It's like a Mega Man weapon, basically.
I take that out and I shoot at one of the cop cars.
At the car or at the drivers in the car?
The driver in the car. In
Okay,
an
yeah,
effort
so
to
you're...
try and shake them up and kind of let me out.
Okay, make a check against AC 7. So 1d20 plus 7 plus your energy weapon skill.
One quick sec, I gotta actually add my pistol to the actual thing. If it will let me stay. God damn it.
So you can just do roll 1d20 plus 7 plus your energy weapon skill,
+7 plus my energy skill.
which is 0. You shoot the car, but you don't actually do any damage to it. You do shock the driver a little bit. They, I think, roll initiative again. Jesus Christ, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah, so they're gonna shoot back at you. They shoot you, but they hit their own car actually, and they're shooting at you with revolvers, so they're not. Yeah. Yeah. So it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna shoot at the same car again to try and make it so I can try and get out.
Okay. Yeah, so they keep slowing you down. They try to take another shot at you. They miss. You're slowing down. You're probably, you were going at like 60 or 70 or maybe even 80 miles an hour. You're going at like 20 miles an hour right now. It's probably not going to last. You got another 6 seconds before they slow you down to 0. What do you want to do?
I'll try one more time.
Okay.
Fuck.
You're just rolling like shit, man.
I know.
Yeah, so they're gonna shoot at you. They also miss. The car comes to a stop, and there's a car in front of you, a car behind you, and a car on either side. The guy behind you gets out, and he's got a combat shotgun. You got one more opportunity to act before he basically blows your brains out.
I am going to jump out of the car while drawing my monoblade and running like hell, slashing at anything in front of me.
You're
Are
gonna have
you
a problem
bringing
with that.
box?
So A, you're gonna have a problem with that because you are boxed in. There are cars on all 4 sides of you.
Fine, I will shoot at the guy with the combat shotgun and then duck.
Okay, go ahead and make that roll. Butch, do you have one of the spare sheets? Can you get at those?
Yeah. I'm working with spare number 1 now.
Okay. Yeah, you miss him. And they'll wind up. And the pitch.
I'm
8
gonna
damage.
dodge that.
Good plan. Yeah, he's very good with the shotgun. That's why he has it. Yeah,
He
so you
also
got...
rolled a fucking 19.
Yes, that didn't hurt. So go ahead, and what do you want to do?
Shoot the motherfucker that just shot at me with a freaking shotgun. I'm going to die here. I'm going to go out fighting.
Fair enough.
I'm almost positive I'm going to... Fuck!
So there, he's shooting back at you. He hits you again. 9 damage.
I'm dead.
All right, man. Roll up a new character. So the box is left in the car, and we zoom out slowly as more sad music plays. Oh, that worked out well. And more sad music plays. That wasn't sad music, so. And you, it shows the cop talking to him. He's like, suspects subdued, 2 DOA, send a bus. And then it zooms out, and you hear this as well. Tacitus, what do you do?
I take off.
You are the captain now.
You get to have the sheet.
Look at me.
Yeah, so, you're the captain now.
I will send you the sheet for the Jack Rose. Because that's how we're handling it, yeah.
No, I want you to still have the sheet.
I would prefer that one person manages the sheet so that I
Yes.
know who it is.
I will
Okay.
hire
Oh.
an accountant.
It just so happens to be me.
All right, Captain Tacitus. So you failed, and 2 of your friends just died. Well, 2 of your coworkers, anyway. Yeah. So you take off. No connection to you as far as the cops know. Everybody involved died. So, I think you get a message. Probably a day passes. You're flying away now. Running the ship by yourself, which is difficult to do. I mean, you're flying the ship solo basically, and you get a message from Peanuts, and it comes in video. Do you answer it?
Yeah, I'll answer it.
He goes, so that went over like a lead balloon.
Yeah, things didn't go so hot.
I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with the girl in this computer. I don't know. Do I shoot him? Like, I don't know how this works. The fuck. So I still need that box, and I guess you don't owe us anything. I could pay you, I guess.
You guess or you know?
I mean, I have money. I need the box. Are you willing to work for me? I haven't had a problem with you.
I'll think on it.
All right. You can contact me at this address, I guess. And he looks over at the computer and he just holds up some kind of. It's a very large gun, and he just shoots the computer. And he looks over at Demi, the sister of the now dead Lorne, and he holds up the gun at her and he goes, and he shuts off the video. So let's go ahead and take a break. I guess actually we're coming up on the end of our time. This is like almost like a season finale a little bit. 2 people are dead. And let's see.
It's Tacitus's show now.
It is. It really kind of has to be. Like you're the one, man.
What if I just never went and picked anyone else up? You guys would just be showing up each week, not having characters.
So we have to die every single week. Okay.
I just won't take any new crew on.
This actually also kind of works out anyway, because there's a chance I might not make next week, because the rents will be in town.
Yeah. So the only person who survived. Some puns. Let me add some things here. That could get you into trouble. So Tacitus, did you complete any beliefs? Like, did you achieve any? And by the way, you can complete these things mid-play, so you'll get that experience right then and there.
I had a nut joke. Puns are the best humor.
Yeah, no, I'll give you that. That makes sense. So I know I had an equation for how to generate experience for this. Let me just find that real quick.
I like how the opening was, I had a nut joke.
Works both ways.
Yeah, so the belief gets you... When a belief gets you in trouble, that's the question. I don't
it didn't really get me in trouble.
Yeah, it really didn't. Yeah, I don't see anything got you in trouble here. Telling the truth is always the correct course of action. That is a belief that should get you in trouble a lot. But I don't think it did this time. Also, the second belief you have, I'm not sure that you were really, because you were worried about risk a lot, and that doesn't seem to mesh with that particular belief. But
well, that's partly true, but
I guess maybe you were worried about them dying.
Well, you gotta concern yourself with actually accomplishing the mission.
It's true.
And I was sort of correct, right?
Yeah, you totally were.
It didn't work.
Yeah. So, okay. I think you probably didn't get any experience this time. When you deal with goals and stuff, I'm gonna make a recommendation. It's a good idea to make easy goals. You won't get a ton of experience. I mean, a trivial goal only gives you 100 or so. A normal goal is 100 to 1,000. But you only need a little bit of experience to bump yourself up to the next level and get a bunch of HP out of it. So just from like a game mechanic point of view, get some early experience and then worry about bigger goals, more complicated beliefs, that kind of thing. You can kind of add those in the slots that you gain as well. So that's sort of the idea, is you want easy goals to start and then harder goals as you go on. and that'll make for more interesting stuff and a little bit more XP coming to you regularly.
Can I switch out a belief to a goal now, or is that
Yeah,
only?
sure. I think we're going to be.
did.
I think we're going to be done. I'm going to do the. I want to maybe learn a little bit about the characters. I don't know if you're planning out your character already, Lauren. If you know where he's going to be.
Right now, I don't have a name or gender or anything like that, but he's going to be a psychic.
Oh man.
What? Yeah, what happened to our crew's psychic?
Infest had to bow out because of work.
Okay.
So he's actually the only two living members of the original crew of the Jack Rose are Tacitus and Ziggy Mindfuck. Ziggy Mindfuck is back on Valestros, living out a happy life.
He was like a pilot character.
Yeah, he was. I think no, he was more like a scientist. I think you
like
were the pilot.
Like a pilot.
Oh yeah, yeah,
TV
like,
pilot.
oh yeah. He was the first season before they did all the recasting.
Tasha Yar, as it were.
Yes, exactly. So yeah, and then we got. It actually looks like we're gonna have a couple of psychics. I know that Butch had a strong idea, although once again with the low hit points, man.
Well, so I'm assuming because I'm looking at it, experience table, level 1, hit die is only 1d4.
Yeah, that's
So-
actually the best you could have done in that situation, but
Right.
So, of note, all of the stuff that was on Lorne and Patrick is gone. All the money is gone. Everything is gone. Your experience, however, I'm going to say that you can keep some amount of that.
So
What about
0.
the ship bank?
The ship bank is separate, right? So
Okay.
that stays. You can keep that. If the ship bank was kept like on a person, that's not like you don't have access to their accounts. So they don't like you can't get to their accounts. They get dispersed to whoever their next of kin is, basically.
Okay.
Pursuant to their wills, if they had them, which they did not. So it just sits in the system forever. It's gone.
How much starting money do we get? I forget.
You get it's in the book. I think it's 1d something plus some amount. Character creation summary. Starting to spend 400 plus 1d6 times 100 credits on
Credits.
tech level 4 or lower. Any money unspent can be retained for later purchases.
What was that? What again?
It's 400 plus 1d6 times 100.
And how many starting credits do we get? I forget.
That's literally what I just said.
Oh.
That roll 1d6 times 100 plus 400.
I clearly was not paying attention for that brief moment.
That's okay. I'll make a character rolling macro at some point. Yeah, so if either of you want to talk about your characters while you're rolling them, that's fine by me. But otherwise, I think we're done for the night.
Yeah. I'm probably
So that
gonna
old
finish-
crazy guy that we did the first job for, I'm gonna be that guy's grandson, who lost his inheritance because the old guy got fucking arrested.
What are his skills?
It'll be a psychic, but I haven't picked those out yet.
2 psychics?
Yep.
So one thing to note, if you can get a psychic past level like 3, you're basically Jesus. Like you can do anything. They are literally the most overpowered characters in the entire game. A top level Telekine can like throw asteroids at people. Top level teleporter can teleport into orbit with carrying 4,000 kilos of stuff. That's
Man, teleport would have been useful this mission.
yeah. Well, actually, that would have been perfect, right? You just teleport in. And actually, one of the things that the game author, Kevin Crawford, has mentioned, because people have like, well, teleport looks like bullshit. And he's like, no, the point of teleport is that at a certain point, you can teleport to places you can't see, or you can just barely see, which means you can just teleport into like a building or whatever and bypass all of its security. because if it's like a big glass skyscraper, you just jump right in, no problem. You could be falling at high speed and teleport into a building and prevent yourself from hurting yourself by just teleporting a bunch of times. It's absolutely trivial for them to just bypass so many mechanics. It's awesome. Yeah, and like precogs can like create a copy of themselves to fight with. It's ridiculous. Like they're stupid overpowered. A level 9 biopsionic psychic has 9 lives, literally. Like the power automatically triggers when a biopsionic dies, assuming they have sufficient psi power remaining. The biopsionic appears to be dead for all 9 psychic investigations, and indeed may even be torn to pieces, mostly incinerated or otherwise mangled. Provided that the entire body is not burnt or dissolved, the biopsionic will gradually regenerate from the largest remaining body fragment over the course of 1 hour, reviving with full hit points. They are aware of their surroundings while dead and can forestall regeneration until attention has left his corpse. This power automatically maximizes system strain and can only be used once per week. So basically, as long as you don't die twice in a week, you just can't die. You're just fucking, like, if you want to infiltrate a hospital, you kill yourself, get brought to the morgue, and then wake up in an hour. Problem solved. It's pretty fucking awesome.
Do you know which discipline you're going down there, Butch?
I really don't have like anything. If you want to go one particular way, just let me know and I'll go a different one.
I'm thinking telepathy. It's gonna kind of fit in with my character idea.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too.
Like you probably see what have already partially put down there, Joe.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I went telepathy.
Yeah, I think telepathy makes sense. So empathy is kind of a douchey skill. Like that's one that's really annoying, because it's like, oh yeah, you can kind of like tell how someone's feeling about stuff. Like that's great, okay, but you're spending all sorts of points for it. I think that what that effect is going to be for us is if you use empathy, like during when you're trying to persuade someone or do a business roll or something, it's going to give you a bonus to the difficulty. Like so, basically, it'll be easier for you if you spend those points, and also you can use it in the way as written. So, like, you would make the check, you would learn what their emotions are like, and then you would be able to make your business roll using that information. It'll give you a little bonus to that, because otherwise it's a totally useless skill. Like yeah, you can learn how people feel about things, which means you might be able to detect when some people are lying some of the time.
Only other question I have is how do I roll the psychic points themselves?
I don't think you actually roll them. I think you just get them.
So I just read that you basically pick one and you start off at level 1, and every time you go up, it goes up a level, and that's what ups your psi points.
Okay.
Right.
And then at level 9, you pick a second thing and then level it up.
All right. So
No. So that's not how it works. So if you look on page 19, there is the experience table.
Yes.
And it shows your hit dice, your XP, and your PP gained. So PP gained is your psychic points that you gain. Every level, you're going to add that number to your cumulative psychic points.
Okay,
right? So the first one you have 1 psychic point. At level 2 you'll have 4 because you add 3. Then you'll have 9 because you add, you'll have 9 because you add 5, and so on. So you get a lot of psychic points over time. Now disciplines, each time you level up, you can choose to level up a discipline that you're already experienced in. I think it's hang on. You level up the number of disciplines. Hang on. The way this works is a little bit confusing, but basically you can level up multiple at a time is the punchline.
I'm gonna take biopsionics.
That's a good plan.
So under psionic powers mastered, what do you put there?
You don't put anything yet. Later on, you'll be able to master psychic powers. Let me find.
Oh, so we. Okay. So I shouldn't have empathy there.
No, you should put it under. So you just have a psionic discipline, and you have a level in that, and anything in that discipline less than that level you can use.
Okay.
Later on, you can master a power, and you basically burn off your maximum points to be able to.
Always succeed in using it, perhaps?
No, so you always succeed in using it. So when you use empathy, it works up to what's listed in the skill itself. So in that skill, you have to make a mental effect save. But basically, you just spend the PP and you cast it. You don't fail or anything. But when you master it, you burn the amount of psychic points that you have to do to cast it once. You take that from your maximum, and then you can do it for free forever. You can cast it as many times as you want. You don't spend any psychic points to do it. So, like, for biopsionicists, a lot of times you will master the healing spell, which is called, it's at level 2, I think. Yeah, level 2. The biosonic banishes stress, fatigue, and wounds with the touch. Each activation of this power heals 1d8 hit points on the target, plus the constitution modifier. And it adds 1 system strain when you do that. So a lot of times you'll master that power. So basically you can run around and just tap people and heal them. So that is an example of how that works. There is, I know that the psionics, maybe this is how it works. Powers that trigger automatically. Trigger using psi points, activate psychic power. So you can choose the master. So this is all on pages 24 and 25, by the way. Just for size, so like training. You can also torch your stats later. Basically, you permanently burn a stat, and you get a bonus to. Basically, you're able to cast something even if you couldn't normally. God, I know it's in here. Choosing your class. Oh, maybe that's what it is. Psychic. Oh man, where is it? Do this. Gaining disciplines. Okay, yeah, psionic powers. If your character's a psychic, you should turn to the psionics chapter and read the details on the powers. As a novice, you need to select one primary discipline. This discipline starts at level 1. And each time you go up an experience level, it rises by 1 point as well. Once it reaches level 9, you need to pick a new primary discipline in which to advance. So every time you level up, telepathy will go up by 1.
All right.
Aside from this, you may choose to gain level 1 proficiency in a second discipline. Each time you go up an experience level, you can spend another point either in this discipline or a new one. So, Tim,
Yes.
when you level up, your telepathy will go up by 1. You will get some number of skill points. You can spend one of those skill points to acquire a new discipline. So let's
Sweet.
say you get telepathy, and then you want to get, because you're a con man, right? So
I was
you wanna
thinking
get
teleportation or something.
teleportation, exactly, or telekinesis, right?
Yeah.
You want to like steal something that would also have been useful in the last thing, right? Or precog or whatever. You want to get something. So you can choose to spend a skill point to gain a new discipline. And then each subsequent level, you can spend a skill point to increase that discipline as well. Does that make sense?
So it will not go. The second discipline will not go up.
Yeah, that doesn't go up automatically.
Okay.
Only your first one goes up automatically.
Okay.
So it says, in particular, this is on page 23. It says, each time you go up an experience level, you can spend another point to increase that. But your primary discipline, the first one on your list, goes up by 1 every level. So
All right.
biopsionics is a nice one to put in because you basically get a lot of stuff for free.
Yeah. All right. I will go and finish filling out this character.
All right,
Or the next 2
and
weeks.
yeah, so not next week. So if right now